beginning, so shall it be in the end. Through time we've walked through many covenants, the prophesied David's begin. With the laver we baptize daily, with the oil we anoint our heads, with the bread and wine we offer spiritual sacrifice to banish sin and atone our trespasses. Abba Yahweh, please accept our sacrifices. 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 The priesthood is being rebuilt, true worship's being instilled. The prophesied David's begin. With the laver we baptize daily, with the oil we anoint our head, with the bread and wine we spread we sacrifice to banish sin and atone our trespasses. Abba Yahweh, please accept our sacrifices. 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 The priesthood is being rebuilt, true worship's being instilled. The burning of sin is real, but we will do thy will. The priesthood is being rebuilt, true worship's being instilled. The burning of sin is real, but we will do thy will. Abba Yahweh, please accept our sacrifices. 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 Hallelujah.
Shalom. May peace and thanksgiving offerings be multiplied amongst all the saints. I'm Nasai Kahan. Y'all are done bringing forth today's live Shabbat class, continuing in this series about the last days, about how in the last days the Most High has raised up these 10 horns. And throughout this series, we're breaking down each and every one of them. And so today, we're going through the 8th and the 9th horn. And this is actually carrying on from history that Kahan Rashim brought out last week. So hopefully everybody was here paying attention. Once again, I'm Kahan Yardun, joined by our readers on my right, apprentice priest Yeshaya, and on my left, apprentice priest Asa. And so as we continue in this series, we have to cover again some of the key points regarding these 10 horns. These are the prophecies that were given to both Daniel and John alike about the nations that will come up and oppress the saints. But in the end, they will not sustain. The Most High would destroy their kingdoms that have been resurrected to do evil. Well, let's pick that up in Revelation 17, AP Yeshaya. We're going to pick up Revelation 17 and verse 7 and do a quick recap of some of the things that we've been going through. Understand the prophecy of these 10 horns.
And the angel said unto me, wherefore does I marvel? I will tell thee mysteries of the woman, of the beast that carry her, which has 7 heads and 10 horns.
And so we're skipping over the 12th chapter, skipping over the 3rd chapter, but in those chapters, the Most High reveals to John this beast, this vision of a beast and a dragon. And that dragon was already revealed. That was that old serpent, the devil, and Satan, who made war with the woman, which is Israel, who made war with the saints. And so John marveled and was like, wow, what is this great vision that I'm seeing? And the angel said, why are you marveling? I'm going to break it down clearly unto you what this is. Let's read on.
Verse 8. And the beast that saw it was, it is not, shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into position. And they that dwell on earth shall wonder, whose name was not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. And here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are the 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth.
All right, so the whole world, as was covered in Revelation 12 and Revelation 13, is going to look at amazement at the things that are going to happen to the beast and the heads. One of the heads was smitten, and they thought it was smitten to death, but it came back. It was resurrected, so to speak. And the whole world marveled at that. And now he says that these 7 heads on the beast are these 7 mountains. What are these mountains that he's talking about? Let's read on.
Verse 10. And these are the 7 kings. 5 are fallen.
So the 7 mountains are, once again, are 7 kings or kingdoms. There's been a lot of kings on the earth. It's not just kings, it's really empires. Specifically empires that oppressed the children of Israel. There was the Hun dynasty. They had an empire spanning all the way from East Asia, around China, all the way into Europe, which we're actually going to talk briefly about, but they got nothing to do with these 7 empires because they had nothing to do with Israel. They did not touch or deal with the children of Israel. Same thing with the Chinese. There were Chinese dynasties and empires. The Japanese had an empire. But what did they have to do with oppressing the children of Israel? Nothing. It was these kingdoms that have come throughout biblical history. Read on.
5 are fallen.
So at the time that John receives this, 5 of them have already fallen. Once again, this was written about in Daniel. Daniel saw the statue of gold, silver, copper, iron, and clay. And all of those were different kingdoms. John is seeing the same thing. 5 different kingdoms or empires. 5 are fallen, meaning 5 have already passed from the time that John is receiving this vision in roughly 70 AD, I believe they say. Or I think about 60 AD. He sees 5 kingdoms already passed. We talked about this in the previous class, that the first oppression was done by the Mesopotamian Empire. The Mesopotamian Empire that oppressed Abraham and tried to kill him and stop him from rising up against Nimrod. The second was the Egyptians, which, of course, we should know by history, oppressed the children of Israel and put upon them hard bondage. And they were brought up by the hand of Moses. The third being the Assyrians that came and sacked and destroyed Samaria, where the tribes of Israel were. And then after that came the Babylonians, who overcame the Assyrians, took all their possessions, and then on top of that, took over Judea and Jerusalem and burnt and destroyed the temple. Then after that, we had the Persians that came and toppled the Babylonians and then took all their inheritance, including the children of Israel. And under Cyrus and Darius, decrees were made that the children of Israel should go back and build the temple again. Now, that doesn't mean there was no oppression. That just meant that the priest and the kings could go back. But you see in accounts, there were still children of Israel in captivity under the Persians, and they were never independent. They never made Israel independent. That's why Zerubbabel was a governor. He wasn't a king. When did Israel have just regular governors? He was a governor over the province of Judea that was part of the Persian Empire. So they weren't standalone. Even though he allowed them to go back and build their temple and build their homeland, they were still under the control of the Persians. Then afterward, you had the Greek Empire, which came and had a bitter rivalry with the Persians and ended up destroying their empire. This is the fifth. So, or the Persians are the fifth, the Greeks are the sixth. And so it was told to John, 5 are fallen. Read on.
And one is?
And one currently is. So at this point, we talked about this in the previous class, the Roman Empire wasn't at its full height. There was still contending between the Romans and the Greeks, which empire was going to continue to dominate the land. This is why all the ancient or first manuscripts of the what's called the New Testament were written in Greek, not Latin, because the Greeks still had a major influence over the world at the time. So one is, the Greek Empire still is, read on.
And the other is not yet come.
And the Roman Empire has not yet come to its height. Of course, Romans existed. Romans still had power, but they were a rising empire. They weren't at their zenith until later on, until well after John received this vision. So the 5 from Mesopotamia all the way to Persia have fallen. The Greeks still maintain, and the Romans have not yet come and established their foothold as the world's mighty empire. Let's read on.
And when he come, he must continue a short time, short space. Verse 11. And the beast was, and not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7th, and go into position.
All right, so this beast is an amalgamation of all of these nations that have risen up to oppress the children of Israel. And so they're all one. There's one spirit upon them. We covered this in this previous series. There was a spirit of Egypt that was upon all these countries. There was a spirit of Babylon that was upon them. It wasn't just about being literal Babylon, but as it says in Revelations, the spirit of Sodom and the spirit of Egypt was upon these nations and upon this beast. Let's read on.
And the 10 horns that I saw are the 10 kings.
All right, now we see these 10 horns that were atop the head of these 7 heads, or atop the 7 heads. And these are 10 kings, or 10 kingdoms. Read on.
Which have received no kingdom as yet.
These are kings which have not yet received their power. Obviously, the Roman Empire hasn't even come yet. But these are all states that had a connection with Rome, that wanted to be like Rome and emulate Rome. And part of that emulating was oppressing the children of Israel. Read on.
But receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast.
And they will all have their time and their space 1 hour to reign with the beast. They're not going to have this long, drawn-out empire like the Romans had. The Roman Empire lasted for, close to 1,000 years. And then the West fell and the East was still remaining. And so they had a long-running empire. These 7 heads all had their long stint. But that's not going to be the case with these 10 horns. They're all going to come and they're going to go. And as one starts losing their foothold, the other starts to rise up, and one gets forgotten about. But they all have their dispensation of time to fulfill what the dragon wants them to do, which is to make war with the saints. And this is what we've been covering in this series, how these 10 horns rose up, identifying them and identifying how they oppressed the children of Israel. Let's read on.
Verse 13. And these have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast.
All right, they all have one mind. One mind to do what? Let's get a mic around. One mind to do what? All right, there we go. How they oppress the children of Israel. Somebody got a mic? Let's ask one of these kids that are playing around with the paper plates. Let's go and ask them. Go ahead. What you got an answer to the question? I'm not repeating it. Let's get a mic out for them. While young boys, young scholars of the house of wisdom. All right. What we got going on? What is it talking about? Read that verse again, actually, AP Yeshaya.
Revelation 17 and 13. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast.
So they have one mind to give their strength and power unto the beast. How are they doing that? What does this mean? Somebody break this down. If you've been listening to essentially every class in this series, we in the fifth one of this? What we got? What you got? What is the one mind these horns have? How are they giving their power and their strength unto the beast? Go ahead. What you got, young man? Okay. All right, well, let's make sure you're paying attention then. All right. If you don't know, what you got? What you got? Yeah. Heard a lot of noise, a lot of talking over there. Huh? I thought y'all talking about the class. I thought you talking about the scriptures. All right. Anybody else in the audience? I heard an answer over here. What we got over here in the audience? Anybody? What is this scripture talking about? These horns have one mind and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. Any takers? I think I heard it over here.
Yes. To press the.
Go ahead. Y'all fighting for that mic. All right, that's good. Get that virtue.
Shalom.
Shalom.
I don't know if I'm right. Accused the people?
Absolutely. There you go. Absolutely. To oppress the children of Israel by learning this mode of accusations taught to them by Hasatan. Satan is the main one trying to make war with the woman in Revelation 12. And he's doing that by bringing out a flood of accusations. And he gave that power unto the beast. And so now all these heads are seeking to stand as a mighty empire that has learned and mastered the art of accusing the brethren, specifically accusing the children of Israel. And so they all have one mind, one mindset to do just this. And so in this, we can identify who these horns are. Are they trying to be like Rome? Are they calling themselves Romans? If we can check that box off, then we can start seeing they might be a horn. Now, are they, as well as that, calling themselves Romans, are they learning the art of accusations and oppressing the children of Israel? If we can see that, then we know that these are of the 10 horns. Let's jump down now to verse 15. AP Yeshaya.
And he said unto me, the water which thou sawest, where the horse sitteth, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues.
And so if we read in Revelation 13, we would see that the beast rose up out of the sea. So this sea is all manners of nations, multitude, different tongues, different types of people. It's not one homogeneous group. Like the Romans, that was one empire. Their language was Latin. They had one culture that they instilled. They had one group of people that governed over all the other people they conquered. But these 10 horns are all going to be different types of people, as we've already been covering. Going first from the Ottomans. The Ottomans were Eastern Europeans in origin. And they conquered, they became Muslim. But yet, they still called themselves Romans. And they spoke Turkish. And they had a whole different culture. We talked about Portugal. They speak Portuguese. They have a different culture, even from the Spanish, who spoke Spanish, of course. And then we talked about several others in the procession of this series. We talked about the French, the British, or the English, as some might call it. All of them are different multitudes, different nations with different cultures and customs and languages. But yet, the same Spirit was on them to do the exact same thing, which was learn to accuse and enchant, and in doing that, enrich themselves by oppressing us. So before we get into this class and talk about the horns that we're going to get into today, last week I believe we covered the French. We're going to get into 2 more today, but before we do that, as we always do, we have to talk about the announcements. Now, an important thing in the repertoire of any saint, anybody who calls himself an Israelite indeed, is a calendar. You need to have a biblical calendar, not based on the moon, not based on just some random points, not just the first new moon in spring. It is about following the Enoch calendar given to him from the beginning of time, starting at the vernal equinox. And in that, you can count 364 days and worship the Most High in due season. That is the whole duty of man, is to keep the commandments of Abba Yahweh. And so if you don't know when to serve the Most High, nor how to serve the Most High, how are you fulfilling your whole reason for existence? You're not. And so you need a calendar. So this year's calendar is publicly available for anybody to get on the City of Adam. And so if you go to cityofadam.com, order your calendar, Abba will ship it to you as soon as we can. But I implore you, don't just get it as a good showpiece. Actually use it, study it, learn it. Now, we had a big, large document called a Calendrical Study Guide. And unfortunately, it's no longer available. They're all sold out. We're out of stock. But what we want to do, Abba willing, is produce a digital calendar. And Abba willing, that will make it a lot easier and a lot smoother for the saints to learn and study and actually chart the dates as well. So make sure you get a calendar. Make sure you stay up to date on when we want to publish and release that digital copy of the calendar. This is of the utmost importance for anybody who calls themselves a saint, an Israelite, or anybody who wants to worship the Most High. You must do it in due season. And part of worshiping the Most High in due season is learning about when these feast days are, particularly the Feast of Weeks. Some people think the Feast of Weeks is something you only do the 50th day of, and you do that 50 days after Passover. That has no bearing whatsoever in scriptures. For you to do that, you had to learn from the same oppressors that we've been talking about in this whole series. The ones who taught these nations how to enchant against you were the ones who told you when the Feast of Weeks is. Point to me a scripture that tells you 50 days after Passover. Point to me a scripture that says that clearly. But what we can show is that when you put the sickle to the corn, that's when you count your 50 days. That's when you count your 7 weeks. And when do you put your sickle to the corn? At Passover? You killing the lamb and putting the sickle to the corn? You doing them both at the same time? Absolutely not. You put the sickle to the corn at the summer solstice. Then you count your 50 days. And so we just concluded the 5th week of the Feast of Weeks, starting at the summer solstice. And we are now 2 weeks away from the feast. Let's bring that image up again, engineer. Let's make sure that if you are looking to join us for this feast, you are registering. We want to make sure we know who is coming so we can make proper arrangements, and also who may need to be consecrated, because in the Feast of the Most High is a perfect time for any saint who's willing and desired to be consecrated to be consecrated. Scriptures talk about blessed are those who are sealed in the Feast of the Most High. And so let's fulfill the prophecies of Abba Yahweh by being sealed in his feast, even the Feast of Weeks, or ingathering, or in the Greek, Pentecost. We can call it that, but let's not neglect our Hebrew traditions of calling it ingathering. So this is a perfect time to get together and start your, to keep the feast and get consecrated. Also, the City of Adam. Now, the City of Adam is our own platform, our own site. And so this is where we gather together with the official membership of the saints. If you're not on the city of Adam, then you're not actually a member of the house of wisdom. So make sure you check, make sure you see if you're a member. And if not, join the city of Adam. Abba willing, what we're looking to do is change up how we do our YouTube channel. You're seeing me live right now. If you're watching on YouTube, that may not be in the future. I may only be live on the city of Adam. So if you appreciate these live videos, these live classes, make sure you're getting on the city of Adam, because that's where we're going to do, Abba willing, some of these live classes as well as some of these other courses. We're not only going to settle with a digital calendar, Abba willing, we're going to have a whole course on the calendar, breaking down all the individual details and components of the calendar. A calendar is like anything else that has several components, like a car. You can't look at a wheel and say, oh, that's a car. You can't look at an engine and say, that's a car. You can't look at a transmission and say, that's a car. But all the components together make a car. And so that is what we plan on doing in this calendar course. That's only, Abba willing, going to be on the city of Adam. That's where we plan on, metaphorically speaking, looking at the engine and breaking it down and saying, yeah, you got 4 pistons. And those pistons have spark plugs, and those spark plugs spark the spark. And then you got the intake, and then you got the exhaust, and you got all this kind of stuff that make a car a car. We're going to be talking about that with a calendar. You have these months. They have these portals, but you have these days, and you have the parts. Then you have all these components that make a calendar a calendar. We want to break those down, Abba willing, on the city of Adam and only the city of Adam. So if you want to get access to those courses, along with courses like this, we're going to be talking about prophecy, Abba willing, in more detail on the city of Adam. So if you want to maintain access to courses like this, classes like this, you got to get on the city of Adam, and you got to register for those courses. Same thing with the apprentice priesthood. We are not just opening up the apprentice priesthood to anybody. There's been a lot of people who, and no fault of their own, just misunderstood. We talk about the AP course, and they, oh, it's just higher learning. Let me get in that. And they email, can I get in that? But they have no membership, no tenure. We never heard from them. That's the first time they contact us. Oh, I want to be a part of the AP course. They think it's just a time we just sit back and teach a little deeper information. That's not what it is. The AP course is a commitment. It is for committed brothers who say, I am ready to take on the mantle and the charge of being a priest. And being a priest is a very, very active job. It's not something you can just sit back and say, oh, wow, I learned about the heave offering. Wow, great. Let me see what's going on with the World Cup. You cannot do that. We are teaching that so you can go and do it. We're teaching about the sin offering so that priests can go and do sin offerings and remove sin. But you can only do that in the covenant, in a body. This is not a one-man show. This is for a body, a unit. Just like any body, you have multiple cells in your body. You have billions, trillions, if not more, cells, individual cells in your own body. They all work together to make your body function. And this is what it is to be a part of a body. If you are a priest, if you're a porter, if you're a singer, you have a job to do. And all of us coming together, including the congregation, allows for us to move as one body. So we're not just pulling random people trying to make them priests and then you go back out to, this is to be one full body of the Messiah, the Prince. And in that you need priests, you need porters, you need holy singers, you need matriarchs, which is another course they want to have on the city of Adam. And on top of that, you need the saints to do their duty, which is to keep the commandments of Abba Yahweh. And part of the commandments is to give tithe offerings. You give tithes to the priest to make sure that these oblations and sacrifices continue. If you starve your own body and you don't give your brain nutrients, what happens? It shuts down. It stops working. And you stop thinking, you start getting delirious until your whole body shuts down. Your brain controls your lungs, controls your heart that beats, it controls the blood that pumps, it controls all that. And if you start robbing them nutrients, what happens? The body is over with. And this is what happens if we don't support the royal priesthood by giving tithes and freewill offerings. This is why Israel is in the position in the first. This is why we're going through these classes on the 10 horns is because we stopped doing our duty in being a royal priesthood and bring our tithes and offerings to the royal priesthood. This is what caused us to fall into calamity from the beginning. And so we must do this, so much so that Abba Yahweh actually put this and codified this in the true 10 commandments, that we must bring our tithe offerings. Now, what are tithes? Those of the House of Wisdom should know. It is not 10% of your check that you got from Coca-Cola or wherever you work, that you got from ADT or whoever. It is a 10% of your agriculture increase. And so when Israel was an agrarian people and you harvest 100 bushels of wheat, you are required by commandment to give 10 of those bushels up to the priesthood, who would then heave it and give offerings. Now, unfortunately, we don't grow our own stuff, but within our covenant, the Most High gave an allotment for that. If Jerusalem was too far, you didn't have it, sell your goods, turn it into money, then go to Jerusalem and buy the tithes. Don't just give the money, but go and buy the tithes. Go and get your corn. Go and get your oil. Whatever, as the scriptures say, your soul lusteth after. That's to be used for the sacrifice. If you want lamb and goats to offer up to Abba Yahweh, go and buy some lamb and goat. And then you would bring that and the priest would sacrifice it. Now today we don't sacrifice physical animals. So go and get the sacrifices that we offer. The bread, the wine, the incense, the oil, the salt that's needed to make the unleavened bread, along with various other things. But don't just go to Walmart and get some bleach enriched flour from, whatever brand, Gold Star, whatever they call it. That stuff is trash, unfortunately. So we made sure that the tithes here are of the highest standard that we can possibly make it. From the bread, from the wine, to the incense. Some people don't know what incense to get, where to get incense and all that. The priest has taken care of it. We made sure we get some high quality incense that are fit to be burned. Speaking of that, go ahead and light some incense, AP Yeshaya. Go and get this place smelling good. And it's a sweet smelling savor to Abba Yahweh to be offered with our prayers and oblations. Now, there is an allotment if you just want to give money. There is an allotment for that. It's called a free will offering, and you give freely according to how the Most High has blessed you. Whatever the Most High has placed in your heart, there is no mandate of 10% or 20% or whatever. It is whatever the Most High has put in your heart to give. And that could be anything. It can be money, silver and gold, or unfortunately, dollar bills. Or it can be houses, it can be cars, it can be whatever. Anything that you want to freely give to the Most High can be offered as a free will offering. And there is no mandate, there is no specific time or specific amount. It is all about giving the Most High freely. And that also, the priests take it and heave it up to Abba Yahweh as an acceptable sacrifice. It's not just good enough to know that tithes are lettuce and crops and agriculture. Be careful where you're getting that lettuce from. Yeah. There's some.
Might have a blowout.
Yeah, you might have a blowout.
Yeah,
not a good one. So be careful where you're getting your lettuce from and all that. People have been breaking that down for a minute, which they got from the House of Wisdom, through the spirit of the House of Wisdom. It's been taught that tithes are not money. And so people have ran with that, and they're just posting, step out of your Christian church, it's lettuce. Ask your pastor, you can give him a head of lettuce. But even knowing that tithes are your agriculture increase, that's not enough. You must know now what to do with those tithes, with those free will offerings. They must be taken and given to Most High as a heave offering. It must be used for sacrifice. If you have somebody telling you tithes are lettuce or cabbages or tomatoes, that's only half the step. That's only a half step. Take the full step and learn about these spiritual sacrifices. Also, while you're learning about the spiritual sacrifices, don't forget to learn about faith. Faith is of the utmost importance to any saint of Abba Yahweh. As it says in Hebrews 11:6, without faith, it is impossible to please Abba Yahweh. So, if Hasatan knows that faith is pleasing to Abba Yahweh, wouldn't he like to be deceptive on what faith is? Tell you it's blind belief. Take a leap of faith. Isn't that what he said to the Messiah when he took him up that mountain and said, Jesus, take a leap of faith. Just step off. Angels will protect you. If that was biblical and righteous, why didn't the Messiah do it? He retorted with scriptures. Scriptures say, don't tempt the Most High. Now get thee behind me, Satan. The Messiah knew what real faith was. Do you? If you don't, you need to get your book. If you do, you need to get this book. To fully understand biblical and messianic faith. Faith is proof and evidence. The substance of the things that you hope for, the evidence of the things not seen. If you need further edification on that, we have some classes where we did deep dives on true faith. And we also, once again, have this book on the city of Adam, Limited Supplies. This book was published in 2006 by Malak Kahan Bunyala at the inception of the House of Wisdom as we know it in these latter days. And so we are here in 2026 at our 20th anniversary. Everybody get a round of applause for the dispensation time of Abba Yahweh. All praise the Most High for allowing us to continue in this in 20 years. I appreciate everybody who's been along for the journey, whether you've been in 5 years or 5 minutes. All praise the Most High that he's bringing his saints together. And so, for members only, we're going to be doing something to celebrate. We have some plans in the works. We're not going to disclose it on YouTube publicly, but we got some things we want to do to celebrate. So definitely get yourselves ready because we want to definitely, righteously celebrate the advancements of Abba Yahweh. And once again, another thing we have on YouTube, those who are not members of the City of Adam, if you want to support, give your free will offerings, you can do so in the super chat. That is available in this live chat. You can go there, hit the supers, and you got stickers and all these things, and all those donations obviously go to the advancement of the covenant of Abba Yahweh. And making sure you're also, if you need a free way to support, like this video and share this video with people who might need to know. If they love European culture and they need to learn who these 10 horns are, send this to them. And make sure you're subscribing as well. Make sure you subscribe, and don't just subscribe, turn on notifications, because sometimes we go live at different times, so make sure you turn on notifications, know when we post, make sure you know when we go live. Make sure you follow us on our social medias as well, on Facebook and Instagram. Abba willing, we're going to be trying to post there a lot more often. So make sure you do that. Definitely helps out the channel and helps spread this information abroad as well. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get back into this class regarding the 10 horns, and we're now at horns 8 and 9. And so, engineer, if you could pull up that image for those online of the Roman Empire at its height. And so we've been shown this image several times because it gives us an understanding of who is involved with these 10 horns. And so we see spreading all the way east to modern-day Turkey, Eastern Europe. This is where that first horn, the Ottoman Empire, or the Ottomans, came from. Still under the division of the Romans. And when they finally conquered the Eastern Roman Empire at Constantinople, what did those sultans do? I'm a Caesar. I'm a Roman. They start calling themselves the Roman emperors. And so we see that all going out through all in the west. Let's bring up the other image again. Let's bring that one back up. So all into the west, as the priesthood has been covering, we have Hispania, which would be the Iberian Peninsula, where it comes Spain and Portugal. The Romans were all in there. Obviously Italy, obviously French, Gaul, as Kahan Rashim brought out last week, all the way up to Britannia. The Romans put these names on these people that they continued with. How did they become Spanish? Not because they were originally Spanish, because the Romans called them Hispania. And so we see the same thing in Britannia, all the way down to the Gauls, which would then become the French, and all the other horns involved. Some might say, look at this map and say, well, Germany's not encapsulated in the Roman Empire. It's not involved in there. Let's bring up the next map, which shows Magna Germania. Still, the Romans named them Germania for the Germanic people that lived there. And so you see, this is actually the border. This is on the border of the Roman Empire, is Magna Germania, or the main province of the Germanic people. And so do you think you didn't have interactions? Doesn't the United States and Mexico interact constantly because they have a border? Same thing with the United States and Canada. So you see the same thing with these Germanic people. We're going to go to the Encyclopedia Britannica and show that the influence of Rome was heavy on these Germanic tribes. Let's go and grab that APSI, Encyclopedia Britannica, talking about Germany in history, the Germanic history, the coexistence with Rome to 350 AD. Let's read from the top.
Coexistence with Rome to AD 350. Other contacts with the After Rome had established its frontiers, commercial and cultural contacts between Germanic peoples in the Roman Empire were an important and direct conflict. Although it was heavily fortified, the frontier was never a barrier to trade or travel.
All right, so we saw, let's bring on the map once again. We saw the border of the Roman Empire, which essentially cut through France, modern-day France. But as Encyclopedia Britannica is bringing out, that it wasn't a barrier, it was just a border. There was still direct contact through whether it be war, travel, or trade. Let's read on.
About 50 AD, tribes settled along the Rhine, learned to use Roman money.
So they traded and they used Roman stamped money. They used money with the Roman emperor stamped on it. Let's read on.
Germanic graves, at least the richer ones, began to include Roman luxury imports such as fine pottery, glass, and metalwork.
So they even honored the burial of their great Viking soldiers, their great Germanic warriors, by giving them Roman luxurious goods in their death, and put that and buried them with these things, showing that they had a understanding and a respect of Roman culture, even in the borders and the whole area of Germania, which wasn't officially conquered by Rome, but there was constant back and forth. Let's read on.
In return, raw materials such as amber and leather and many slaves went back across the frontier. Germanic tribesmen also served in Roman armies.
So we see a heavy influence going back and forth. It wasn't just, here's the border, we had nothing to do with each other. There was wars because obviously the Romans wanted to continue to conquer. They would go as far as the Most High would allow them to. But also, during that time, there was trade, there was communications, there was a lot of back and forth, and as it's going to tell, also, there was intermarrying. Let's go down to the next part of this article, Encyclopedia Britannica, and read that highlighted part.
Other contacts with the empire resulted in cultural borrowings.
Cultural borrowings means the Romans have this culture, well, I'm going to take from that. You ever wonder how, if you look at the days of the week, studied saints should know those days, the names at least on them are an abomination. So-called Sunday, the first day of the week, they called it Sunday, meaning it's the day they worship the sun. Then the second day, here you go. You already know. The second day, what's the next big luminary? The moon, exactly. Monday, because it's the moon's day. So-called Romans used to think. Then you had Tuesday, but then you had Wednesday, the fourth day. Why Wednesday? What's Wednesday? Yeah, why Wednesday? We had the sun, the moon. We know Saturday. We know so-called Saturday. That's Saturn. That's the worship. That's the day that they worship Saturn. Why so-called Wednesday? Why is it called Wednesday? It's crazy because in other languages, you have them calling it like the middle of the week. They literally call it just that in their language. But in English, they call it Wednesday. Where did they get that from? Anybody know this? Anybody got a mic around? Yeah, okay, we got a hand right here. Anybody with a mic? Why do they call it so-called Wednesday instead of Mercury's day.
Shalom.
Shalom.
I believe it's named after Odin or Woden's day.
Exactly. Who is? Go ahead. Who is that?
He was a Norse god.
Exactly. You see already the cultural borrowing happening. Oh, I got days named after my deities. How about we take a Germanic deity and name one of our days after that? Same thing with so-called Thursday, named after, y'all watch Marvel? Anybody like Thor? Think that's an awesome character? Well, you are an idolater. Thor is a false deity from the Norse religion, from the Norse mythology. And so they named they named the fifth day after him and said, this is the day we worship Thor, aka Thursday. And so you see this cultural borrowing was happening between the Romans and the Germanic people, or these Norse people. Norse people are Germanic tribes, or is a specific tribe of the Germanic lineage. And so you see this cultural borrowing. And that's just one example of cultural borrowing that was going on. Also, the language started to be confounded and mixed together as well. But let's read on.
In the 3rd century, Germanic peoples began to master the potter's wheel, and there is evidence of improved farming techniques. Both were adopted from Rome.
All right, so we see the 3rd century they adopted. That's the year 200. That's the year 200 to 299. Let's read on.
The empire was also partly responsible for Germanic groups' first steps toward literal culture.
So the Romans helped them in terms of actually writing out their language. Read on.
A written form of Gothic, the oldest literary Germanic language, was created about 350 AD by the Euphilus, a Roman-sponsored Arian Christian missionary, in order to translate the Bible.
So you see that the Romans actually gave the Germanic people their written language. So when you see all these languages that have the same characters, or you see similar words in their languages, it's because they were all what's called Romance languages. Not lovey-dovey, but from Rome. That's another thing that we as saints should be mindful of. Don't women want a man who's so romantic? You just want a man who's so romantic. Well, all right, let me get my legionnaires together to go roll on your ass. Yeah, AAH. But this is what the term romantic or romance comes from. Not from we so sweet and loving. It comes from the Roman Empire. And so if you calling somebody romantic, you're saying, you're such a Roman. You're just like Caesar. Oh, I love it. You're just like Caligula. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no.
So beautiful. And so they brought their Romance language and the Romance alphabet, the alphabet that we use today, to these Germanic people. And so when you see anybody using the same alphabet, even all the way to the Russians, they have, although their alphabet is different, their language is still a Romance-based language. They all got it from them. Obviously, we saw the territory they conquered. All these European countries are using Roman characters and Roman languages. And so we see the spread of this into Germania, which would be the Germanic people, which, obviously we're talking about them, is the next horn. And we're going to show why. Let's read on. Let's finish up this part about the confluence of their cultures in that section that says the migration period. Go ahead and read that, AP Asa, and then we're going to go to the next section, AP Yeshaya.
The situation was transformed by nomadic, non-Germanic, Hunnish horsemen from the east who pushed Germanic peoples into the Roman Empire in several ways.
So we talked about there's different empires that have risen on the earth. They're talking about the Huns. You ever heard of Attila the Hun? He was a Mongol, and so they had a Mongol empire. It was so broad, it went all the way into Germania. Let's actually bring that back up. We always hear stories. What's that one Disney character, Mulan or something? Yeah. Supposed to be like defending against the Huns. It's set in Asia. Yeah. Because obviously they battled in China. That was their main battles. But It said the Huns were going all the way out to Germania. That's Europe. The Huns came all the way over to Europe. I believe they even went to the Middle East, but that was well after the Israelites had already been dispersed by the Romans. And so there are great empires that have come on there. Actually, I think they say the Hun dynasty, the Mongol Empire, was indeed the largest empire by landmass on the earth. Not by population, but by landmass. Their empire spanned the largest, all the way from China to Germany. That's how far they went. But they're not one of the horns because they had nothing to do with us. They didn't come and oppress us. They didn't come and get the desert penguins together and say, teach us how to enchant. Well, maybe they did, but they weren't enchanting against us. They were enchanting against each other. And so we see these Huns start to invade these Germania, and it caused a lot of them to flee and go into the Roman Empire. Read on.
First, in 376, Visigoths were admitted by the Empire Valens as foederati allies to farm and defend the frontier. This procedure was not without precedent and was unusual only in the enormity of the group involved, traditionally estimated at about 80,000.
So under the Emperor Valens, about 80,000 Germanic people came into the empire. That's a lot. That's not an insignificant amount. And with that, they're bringing their Germanic practices, their Germanic culture, and all of that, and bringing it into the Roman Empire. So although the Romans never completely conquered Germania, there was constant back and forth and influence between the two. Let's go down to, actually, you can continue that part into the next paragraph because it's still talking about the blending of these cultures. If you would go that AP Shy, that part that says the Merovingian Germany. Go ahead and grab that. And go ahead and continue reading about the influence, the blending of these two cultures, APSI.
These dramatic successor states brought the Roman Empire in Western Europe to an end.
So when we talk about the fall of Rome, it was at the hand of, obviously, ultimately the Most High, but he used the Germanic people to bring that end to pass. And so these Germanic people who invaded or who were pushed into the empire, who they allowed in, end up raising up and toppling the Roman Empire. They conquered Rome and even later the capital. They had moved the capital from Rome at that point. But they had toppled and brought an end to the Roman Empire. Let's read on.
The empire could have resisted any of them singly, but the Hun invasions had pushed too many Germanic groups across the frontier too quickly.
All right, so they could have faced any one of these tribes, the Visigoths or the Ostrogoths or all these other Germanic tribes, one tribe on its own, but it didn't happen that way. They pushed a whole bunch of Germanic people into the empire. So now you have the enemy within your gates. It's only bound to destroy you. Let's jump down to that next section.
The new Germanic groups also fell under the influence of the Roman populations that came to rule.
All right, so as the Germanic people start to conquer Rome, they didn't bring their Germanic influence onto Rome. It was the other way around. They start to get influenced by the great person that they used to admire. They used to look at the Roman Empire like a formidable foe. So now that they've won, they didn't say, let's make them Germanic. They said, wow, how can we be like them? I want an empire like them. Let's read on.
Literate, educated Romans enabled German kings systematically to raise taxation and expand their legal powers. The successor states to the Roman Empire were thus a fusion of Germanic military power and the administrative know-how of Roman provincial and aristocrats.
All right, so now you see that the successor states, these 10 horns, began to be a fusion, clearly telling you of this Germanic military might along with the Roman means of administration. Read on.
Transformation was complete in these regions when Germanic warriors and Roman provincial elites quickly intermarried, bringing into being in a new aristocracy that was to shape medieval Europe.
So we see clearly that these Germanic people intermarried with the Romans. And they began to become the aristocracy, the leaders, the princes, and the kings, and the dukes that would then shape medieval Europe. So when we think of, Europe in the 1300s and the 1200s, or even, the 900s, it was from this. At the fall of the Roman Empire, they didn't just say, get rid of the Roman Empire. They said, let's fuse the two. Let's fuse Germany, or the Germanic people, and medieval or ancient Rome together and make this new Europe. And so we see their link to Rome. And we're going to continue to look at their link toward Rome. But first, let's double back. Let's look back at what Kahan Rashim brought out last week. Hopefully, some saints will remember what was talked about, because Kahan Rashim brought out the Merovingian dynasty and the Carolingian dynasty. And that's going to be important in us understanding the lineage of the Germans. So let's go and get that AP Yeshaya, Merovingian Germany.
The Franks settled in Roman Gaul, and the Western German rejected Augustus' leadership and began to expand their kingdom eastward. Clovis eventually converted to Catholic Christianity, improving the position of Franks in their new kingdom because it earned them the support of the Catholic population and hereditary of late German Roman gold.
All right, so now we see that, as Rashim talked about last week, Clovis, he was one of these Merovingians or Franks that converted to Catholicism. They left their own ancient Germanic mythology and said, we're going to be like Roman Catholics. Let's read on.
Clothed with his assessor, particularly Themis I, reigned 304 and 548, brought much of what would later consist of German under Frankish control by conquering the.
So, Clovis, as we see the Merovingian dynasty beginning to take root, spread out beyond what is modern-day France, but into these other Germanic dynasties or these other Germanic places, including the Thuringians. Read on.
The Central Germans and the Armagnages and Bavaria of the South.
So he went to the Alemanni and the Bavarians in the South. Anybody know Bavaria? That term is still used today. That's what? Southern Germany. We hear the term Bavaria often. You might get a Bavarian cream donut or something. Or you might get some beer and talk about it's Bavarian. That is Germany. And so you see that these Franks went and started to conquer into Germany. So even though we talked about France last week, their dominion went all the way east into Germany. Let's read on.
Generally, these heterogeneous groups were given a law code that include Frankish and local traditions and were governed by a duke of mixed Frankish and indigenous background who represents the Frankish king.
All right, so it says it was a heterogeneous group. What does that mean? It's the opposite of homogeneous, meaning they're not one, they're not the same. They are separate people. So even though these Frankish people start to conquer, they still look to themselves like, I'm Germanic, you're Frankish. We are not the same. So much so that when they tried to get a governor, they said, all right, we'll just blend. We'll get some Frankish people, some Germanic people mixed together and say this is going to be your ruler. Because if not, they would always and constantly rebel. So let's remember that. We see that the Merovingian dynasty began to conquer into the Germanic tribes. Now, Kahan Rashim talked about the transition from the Merovingian to the Carolingian dynasty. Anybody remembers the class from last week? And the main progenitor of that or I would say the main progenitor, but the main figure in the history that we want to talk about is Charlemagne. He's the one who plays the most important role in this. And so let's go ahead, AP Yeshai, go to that next section where it talks about Charlemagne of Germany. We know Charlemagne in France, but as we saw, the conquest of the Franks wasn't only in France, it spread east into Germany. And bear with us, obviously, there's going to be a lot of history. So we're going to get into some scriptures, I'll be willing, but obviously the bulk of this class is going to be history.
Charlemagne built the foundation laid by Bonfire, Charles Marshall, and Pippin. Written was vast impressed by Charlemagne's political campaign to destroy the alteration of Bavaria.
So he wanted to destroy the autonomy of Bavaria, meaning he didn't want Bavaria to be its own place. He wanted to go and conquer and rule over it. Read on.
And his equitable determined. Let me go back one more time. Where we at? And his equitable determined effort against the Saxons.
All right, the Saxons, once again, were a Germanic group of people. And so he was determined to conquer these two areas of the Germanic people. Jump down to the next area, the next paragraph, the emergence of Germany. So obviously, if anybody has the link, if anybody goes to the Encyclopedia Britannica, you can kind of read. This is a very, very long article because it's encapsulating the whole history of Germany. It's not just talking about these points, but we're extracting out the important points. We see Charlemagne wasn't content with being the ruler of the Franks. He had to have an empire. And so he went out into the territory of these Germanic people, the same Germanic people that the Romans were dealing with and going back and forth with. And so Charlemagne actually conquered a lot of Bavaria, a lot of Saxony, and a lot of these other Germanic groups. So now let's read on the emergence of Germany.
After his conquest, the German land, Charlemagne administration the area like he did the rest of the kingdom, or the empire Rhea, through his court and bishop. He established his primal residence at Aachen, now it's German.
So he actually established his main residence somewhere down in what's modern-day Germany. Charlemagne, if anybody remembers him, and we're going to get into the important aspect of his history, but he made his primary residence in a spot in what's modern-day Germany, or what was once part of the Germanic tribes. Let's read on.
Which was not far from the conquest territory. Through his decision, probably had more to do with the town hot spring than the strategic planning. His son Louis I, Louis the Pioneer, remained involved in the affairs of German, Dennis, and slave islands, but his primary focus was on the regions of his empire where Romani and Proto-Rome language was spoken.
All right, so Louis now was the son of Charlemagne, and he began to reign and govern over the part of the kingdom that was conquered by Charlemagne, particularly the Germanic tribes, these Danish tribes, and the Slavic tribes, which most of them are Germanic people. The Slavs are a different type of people, but the Germans and the Danish were all very similar in relation. All right, let's read on.
In 817, however, issued Oracle Amani, and ever a recognition the empire established imperial success. As part of restructuring, Louis awarded his young son, Louis II, Louis the German, 876, with the government Baru in the land of.
So he gave his son the governance over Bavaria, over Germany. And so obviously we're going to see that their sons, their children, is going to play a critical role in establishing what we now know as Germany. Let's read on.
In the land of Casteding and Banu and Avera and Slave, because the king of Bavaria in 825, Louis the German, guaranteed extension his power over all the Catholic Roman,
all right, Carolingian Germany. So now we see that Louis was given rulership over Carolingian Germany. With that being the case, anybody remember why Charlemagne is important in this history? Let's go ahead and get a mic and pass it around. Let's go ahead and grab a mic, pass it around. Anybody remember why Charlemagne is important to this series, this course? Anybody with a mic? Let's go ahead and pass it around. Why was Charlemagne? All right, we got a hand right here. What's so important about Charlemagne? And if you will go to the that next article, APSI.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Is it something about the little horn or something like France? No?
What about France? Yeah, he was a Frenchman.
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Any other takers? And we covered it last week. Khan Rashim went through this. What was so important about Charlemagne? Why are we talking about him and his conquest of these Germanic people? All right. I'll spare everybody. Let's go now to this article, Wikipedia. But you can obviously confirm all this, and obviously it's all confirmed within these articles that we're reading on. We're going to go to this Wikipedia article called, go ahead.
Did he make Christianity popular? Charlemagne?
Something like that, but not exactly. It's a little bit deeper than that. Let's go now to this article on Wikipedia talking about the Holy Roman Empire. So he did spread Christianity, but there was a little bit more to it. It wasn't just, there's a lot of people spread Christianity, but there was something special about Charlemagne, so to speak. Let's read that article from Wikipedia.
The Holy Roman Empire, also known as the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation after 1512, was a polity comprising and controlling much of Central Europe and Western Europe, headed by the Holy Roman Empire and characterized by a decentralized political structure. It developed in the early Mid-Ages, beginning in either 800 or 962, and lasted for a millennium until its dissolution in 1806 during the Napoleonic Wars.
All right, so the Holy Roman Empire actually started to kick off in the time frame that we're reading about with Charlemagne. And it didn't fall until 1806 when Napoleon actually came on the scene and destroyed it. So it lasted for almost 1,000 years. Let's actually, let's read on.
Initially, it consisted of three parts: Germany, Italy, and from 1032, Burgundy, held together by the empire's overlordship.
All right, so it consisted of these spots that we know today as Germany, Italy, and Burgundy, which is an area of France. Let's jump down now to that next paragraph and read that from the top.
On the 25th of December, 800, Pope Leo III crowned Charlemagne, the Frankish king, as Roman Empire.
So this is why Charlemagne is important. The Pope in 800 crowned him and anointed him, Charlemagne, as the Emperor of Rome. So this area that Charlemagne is actually conquering, they actually start to call it Rome. They said this is the continuation of the Roman dynasty. You have been a man who's conquered and established an empire almost on the scale of the Western Roman Empire. You need to be our new Roman emperor, which Khan Rashim covered last week. Let's read on.
Reviving the title more than 3 centuries after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476.
All right, so they didn't use that term since 476. Now, obviously, in the East, they were still using the the term Roman Empire, but there was a schism between the East and the West. They didn't, really respect them like the true Romans. The West, they said we need a Western Empire that can carry the torch, so to speak, of Rome. And that was when Charlemagne started to build his dynasty under this Frankish rule. Let's drop that. We're going to come back to it. But if the engineer can do it, there's an image of the Frankish kingdom that Charlemagne started to establish. You could actually bring that up. Bring that up for the audience to see. Not that one. Should say Frankish kingdom in it. Yep. And so for those watching online, or if anybody's here, you want to pull their phone up, this was why the church at Rome crowned Charlemagne this Roman emperor, because his empire was definitely not as big as the Romans, but it started to reach that height. And obviously, to me, this tells me that they knew the prophecies. They knew that there's supposed to be a horn that's going to rise up, and Charlemagne is the king of this horn. And so they start to spread. And you see their empire went all the way down toward the border of Spain, not quite in Spain, but the border of Spain, and then stretched east. We see, once again, he started conquering into Germany. You see that term Alemannia, which was a term for some of the tribes of these Germanic people. You also see Bavaria in there, Saxony. These are Germanic tribes that have been conquered and have been absorbed into the Frankish kingdom under Charlemagne. And so let's actually go back now to that article. You'll continue on APSR. We're going to go back to Encyclopedia Britannica. And we're going to look at, after Charlemagne, what started to transpire. So, recapping, Charlemagne was a Frenchman, a Frankish king that went and spread his empire out to the Germanic areas, started to conquer, and being successful in that, the Romans, the Roman Catholics, even the Pope himself, crowned and anointed him as the emperor of Rome. And so they looked at it literally like that, like he is the emperor of Rome. Not like, oh, this is some symbolic thing. They literally called him, you are the emperor of Rome. And they said, you are sanctified, or in Latin, I think it's sanctum or something, to be the emperor of Rome, which is to them means holy. So this is the Holy Roman Empire. This is the beginning of the Holy Roman Empire. Now we're going to see why, Abba, this is important. We're not talking about France as a whole. We're talking about Germany. Let's go and read that next paragraph. And if you would AP Yeshaya, go that part says Germany from 9:11 to 10 or 12:50. We're going to read bits and pieces from there. So now let's read that article that you got, APSI. Pick it up at the marked area.
After their father's death, the surviving sons of Louis fell into 3 years of civil war.
All right, so now remember, Louis was a son of Charlemagne who was given reign over the Germanic area of his empire. And so now when Louis died, he had sons that he split the empire amongst, and they all now start to argue and fight and say, I want to rule this, I want to rule that, like children. And then it would lead to war. Let's read on.
Which led to the division of the Carolingian Empire.
So remember that Charlemagne was the ruler over what was called the Carolingian Empire, or really a dynasty. They were Carolingian people. Let's read on.
The success of Charles and Louis against their older brother Lothar led to a formal end to the civil wars in the Treaty of Verdun in 843, which divided the realm among the three leaders and laid out the rough outlines of the medieval France and Germany.
So now you see the kingdom was split amongst these sons. Now you see a division of France and Germany. They were once kind of ruled together a little bit under Charlemagne and under Louis, but then at his death, the sons fought. Now you see France and Germany becoming two very distinct locations with distinct rulership. I was going to read on. Let's finish that up.
In this settlement, Louis received the Eastern Kingdom, which included the lands east of the Rhine River, Bavaria, Franconia, Saxony, Swabia, and Thuringia.
So all these Germanic areas are split off and given to the east. And another king ruled the west. But let's focus on this east. Let's go to that next section, Germany, from 911 to 1250 AP Yeshaya, and get some understanding on that. We'll read it from the top.
When in 911, Louis the Child, last of the east of Frankia's Carolina, died without a male heir, it seemed quite possible that his kingdom would break into pieces.
So now this Louis that we're talking about, he had another son named Louis. He died. Now, obviously, he was an offspring. He was of the lineage of Charlemagne. And so he died and had no male children to take on the throne. And so now you have conflict. Who is going to reign? People thought the kingdom was going to fall apart. Let's read on. Now, remember, it's already divided, east and west, basically France and Germany. Now these Germanic people are like, who's going to reign over us? Who's going to rule over us? Let's read on.
And at least of three of the Duchess, Bavarian, Saxon, and Frankica, the Duke family were established in the leadership. They reigned in Swabia, Adelania. Two houses were still fighting for hegemony. Only the church, fearing endorsement of obvious interest in survival of the monarchy, its ancient protectors.
All right, so now you see these Germanic people fighting for power, and the church was in the middle like, what's going to happen? We had Charlemagne eating out of our hand. But what's going to happen with this dynasty that's about to collapse? And so they needed to figure out what they're going to do. For first, the Germanic people wanted to figure out how they were going to take control of their territory. They were being ruled by a Frenchman. And so the Germans were saying, how can I rule my own lands? And so at the death of this last Frankish king, they started to then decide they're going to rule themselves. Let's jump down to that next section, AP Yeshaya.
After ultimate victory over Megar in 955, his hegemony in the West was indestructible, indeed was held in tradition fashion as an emperor by his troop after the victory, which was seen in divine sanctuary for ultra ancillary position by his commendation. Furthermore,
so we see that we're skipping, obviously, there's a lot of little bits and pieces of history, but we're looking at the important points. So, to recap, Charlemagne was a Frenchman, a Frank that went and conquered France and east into Germany. He had his son split the kingdom, and one of his great-grandsons didn't have a male heir, and so the kingdom was rocky. And now you had these Germanic people say, we're going to rule ourselves, and they took control. And now over time, you had somebody named Otto the First. Or they like to call him Otto the Great. He started to reign over these German people. Being a Germanic people, a person himself, got a victory against these Magyars, which were the Hungarian people. And at his victory, even his troops start calling him an empire or an emperor. Let's read on.
Where we at? Furthermore, according to the one Chronicle, the Saxon Wittgenstein, he have already became emperor because he has subject other people and enjoy authority in more than one kingdom. But the right to confer the imperial crown to raise a king to the highest rank of emperor belonged to Pepe.
Belonged to the papacy. So now we see that Otto start to conquer and reign and become an emperor. Remember, he conquered over the Huns. And so he was conquering over various German people. Germany is not, or these Germanic people were not just as we know today. We look at Germany, I'll say it's one country, move on. But they were all these different tribes. And so now Otto started to reign over these German tribes and the Hungarians. And then from there, they start calling him an emperor. He even started calling himself an emperor. And in that, they said only one, though, can really make you an emperor. And that is the Pope. You got to now go to the Pope and become an emperor. Let's read on.
Was how crowned Charlemagne and the most of his successors.
So they had to go to the same papacy, the same Roman Pope, the Vatican, the same group of people that crowned Charlemagne. Jump down to the next section.
To be like Charlemagne, therefore, and to clothe his new won position in tradition and tying honor dignity, he accepted the imposed crown, anointment from Pope John II. What is that? The 12th.
No, it don't even matter. A pope. A pope. We don't even give him that respect. In Rome in 962. So now he actually, let's go to the next article. Let's finish up where we're at in Wikipedia, the Holy Roman Empire. We see now that Otto, following in the likeness of Charlemagne, went to the Vatican, went to Rome. And John, or this Pope, anointed him and consecrated him as an emperor. An emperor of what? Of Germany? The Hungarians? Exactly. An emperor of Rome. A Germanic person now has become, quote unquote, the emperor of Rome, or this new Roman Empire. Let's read that. We're going to pick up where we left off, or actually read it again in this article. Once again, Wikipedia, but you can confirm it all. Holy Roman Empire on Charlemagne. Go and read that, APSI. Actually, you can grab that, and if you will go APSI to Encyclopedia Britannica. So go ahead and grab that, Wikipedia, APSI, on the Holy Roman Empire, and then you go back to Encyclopedia Britannica.
The Holy Empire, also known as the Holy Roman Empire of German nation, after 1512.
Page 9, I believe it is. Yep. On 25th December, 800.
Oh, you're talking about, okay.
Go ahead and read it when you got it. Go ahead.
On the 25th of December, 800, Pope Leo III crowned Charlemagne, the Frankish king, as Roman emperor, reviving the title more than 3 centuries after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476.
So we covered this already last week and just a moment ago, how Charlemagne was crowned as an emperor of Rome by the Pope. And so they started calling this area the Holy Roman Empire, as an extension of the same empire that had already fallen. Let's read on.
The title had again lapsed.
So the title lapsed. Remember, his son died with no male heir. And so they said, the church was in distress. Who is going to be our emperor? Who's going to be our military arm to protect us? And they found somebody. Let's read on.
By 924, but was revived again in 962 with the crowning of Otto of Saxony.
Otto, that same one we just mentioned, became the next one to be crowned. Read on.
As emperor by Pope John XII. Otto the Great, so-called great, as he became known, was king of the Germans, but as emperor, he became Charlemagne's successor.
So they actually called him the successor to Charlemagne. So as Charlemagne became the emperor of Rome, Otto, you are now the emperor of the Roman Empire, or the Holy Roman Empire. A Germanic person, somebody from one of these Germanic, particularly the tribe of Saxony, of the Saxons. Let's read on.
Ruling in the lands that had been first brought together as the Carolingian Empire from 962 until the 13th century. The empire was one of the most powerful monarchies in Europe.
So they set the stage for one of the most powerful empires. Not ever. It was definitely less than what the real Romans were, but it was the most powerful empire in the European continent at the time. One of the most powerful ones. Let's read on.
It depended on continuing cooperation between emperors and still relatively powerful and independent vassals. The empire reached its apex in the term of territorial expansion and power in the mid 13th century under the House of Hohenstaufen. But this was an overextension and led to a partial collapse.
Let's go ahead, engineer. If you could bring up the image, we'll go ahead and skip down to that. It is the image of the Holy Roman Empire, so to speak, under this now Germanic rulership. So it left the Frankish rulership under Charlemagne and now was given over to Germanic rulership. Not that one. There you go. So now if anybody has any understanding of geography, anybody's pulling up on the phone, you can start to see they left the borders of the modern countries in there. And so this expanded a lot of different countries today, completely inclusive of modern day Germany, but also not all of France. Remember, you had that division of the West and the East. Now you have France on one side and Germany on the other side, but even went down to Italy. The northern part of Italy was part of this empire. And east even into Poland and some of Hungary and Austria and all that kind of stuff. Now you see why, we'll get to that later, but this was the height that it came to that we're reading about. They expanded this far. And so some of these countries are going to be pretty important as we move on, Abba willing. Let's read on.
A process of imperial reform in the late 15th and early 16th centuries transformed the empire, creating a set of institutions which endured until its final demise in the 19th century. On 6 August 1806, Emperor Francis II abdicated and formally dissolved the empire, forming the creation of the French Empire. Napoleon of the Confederation of the Rhine formed German client state loyal to France.
So once again, beyond the time that we're covering now, we're only covering a specific portion of history, but obviously this empire actually lasted for a lot longer than some of us think. 1806. Some of us heard of Napoleon. We hear about Napoleon all the time. It was him who actually destroyed this empire and brought it to an end. So it really wasn't that old. Let's read on.
For most of its history, the empire primarily consisted of the entirety of the modern countries of the Czech Republic, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, Monaco.
All right, so now remember some of these countries that is about to list. They're going to be important, Abba willing. Let's read on.
Switzerland, Slovenia, Germany, Austria, and the large swaths of what is now eastern France, northern and central Italy, and western Poland.
So all these countries that we know today, a lot of them were once part of this Holy Roman Empire. And so even though they called it a Holy Roman Empire or one specific empire, it wasn't so much that they were all homogenous. Remember, earlier we already saw they were heterogeneous. Get your mind out the gutter. Nah, they they were heterogeneous, meaning they were not mixed together as one people. They were all various people. They all kept their own ideology and their own mindsets. And so they still had their own culture, but they were ruled and governed over one emperor. So let's drop that. Let's continue on looking at Otto. If you got that, AP Yeshaya?
God.
All right, let's go back to that. We're going back to the Encyclopedia Britannica, and we're going to read about a little bit more about Otto the First, and then we're going to move over to we got an article from Wikipedia. We're going to continue on that article you're in about the Holy Roman Empire, APSI. Let's go down now, Encyclopedia Britannica, and read more about this man Otto the First.
Otto, I have successfully revered the emperor in the west of Carolina, perceived and secured Ottoman rule in Germany. But his
All right, so Otto the First revived this Carolingian precedence and then secured his dynasty off the backs of what the Carolingians, aka Charlemagne, had done. Let's read on.
But his greatest trumpet may have come near the end of his reign when he secured both reconciled from Bacchal,
the Byzantine. So he actually got recognized by not only the Romans or the Roman Catholic Church in the eastern side or the western side at the Vatican, but even the Byzantine Empire before it fell recognized Otto the First as the Roman emperor. That's how much credence and backing these people gave to him. That both countries or both sides of what was once the Roman Empire recognized him as the rightful emperor of the West. Let's go and read on.
Emperor from the Byzantine Emperor and marriage arrangement between his son Otto II and then the Byzantine Princess TITHES.
So not only did they recognize that he was the rightful emperor of the West, they even intermarried. That Otto took his son and they married the daughter of the Byzantine emperor, merging these two kingdoms together, at least in mindset. They still had their own dominion, but in mindset, in that brotherly unity, they had it. And so we see the prophecies coming to pass in the 900s. Even before then, starting up this process of the Frankish kingdom being one of the horns and the Germans being another one of the horns that was sprout up. They are getting credence and respect from the Roman Empire. And so much so they called themselves the Holy Roman Empire. Let's drop that. Let's go now to the that article on Wikipedia. And they weren't content with just being the Romans. They had to make sure you knew. You put some respect on their name. What did they begin to call themselves as well? We're continuing the article on Wikipedia about the Holy Roman Empire.
From the mid-13th century onward, the Holy Roman Empire came to be more firmly associated with a German identity.
And so they said, oh, this is just Germany. So when you start hearing in history them talking about something in the 1700s or the 1500s or whatever and say Germany, they're really talking about the Holy Roman Empire. They just shorten it to Germany. Read on.
By around 1500, contemporary sources often refer to it simply as Germany, reflecting its identification as a specific German polity. In a decree following the Diet of Cologne in 1512, the name was changed to the Holy Roman Empire of Germany, of German nations.
So they weren't just content with being Romans. They said, put some respect on my name. I am the Holy Roman Empire, who is a German. Clearly telling you, we are the German rendition of the Holy Roman Empire. Read on.
A form first used in a document in 1474. The adoption of this new name coincide with the loss of imperial territories in Italy and Burgundy to the south and west by the late 15th century, but also to emphasize the new importance of the German imperial estates in ruling the empire due to the imperial reform, the Hungarian domination, German Roman Empire is the shortening of this.
So they start calling it the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation, or the German Roman Empire, showing you that they gave them the credence of being the next Rome, or that horn from Rome, of that head of the beast in Revelations, but also denoting, but these are the Germanic people, showing you the Germans had now taken over and become crowned as the head, the horn that would have power for some time being. So if you ever are looking at a historical document or something like that, and they say Germany did X, Y, and Z in 1582, it wasn't Germany, it was the Holy Roman Empire. But it was ruled by Germanic people, so they just shortened it and called it Germany. Because Germany was the main nation tribe in this empire. So Germany, as we know it today, did not exist until the late 1800s, I believe. So everything up to then, we're talking about Germanic people under the Holy Roman Empire. Now, let's go to this other article, AP Yeshaya.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some might wonder, we checked off in the box, I should say, that this had to be one of the horns, or it's lending to it being a horn because it had that authority from the Pope. It became like Rome. Now, it wasn't enough that you were calling yourself a Roman. You couldn't just call yourself a Roman. You had to also do the bidding of the dragon, which is to make war with the woman and the offspring of the saints. So you have to go and now make war with the children of Israel. Now, did they do that? Did they do that? Absolutely they did. Calling themselves Holy Roman Empire, and you are engaging in mass slavery. Now, some might try to downplay it because they didn't do what the French did, or they didn't do what the English did, or the Portuguese. Well, they were definitely complicit in it. And beyond being complicit in it, they were trading with them. Oh, you went to Africa and got some slaves? Shoot, bring them over. I'd love to have me some in my royal palace. Let's go to this article called Slavery in the Holy Roman Empire on, I think it's a blog, but it's link.springer.com. And we're going to look at, once again, slavery in the Holy Roman Empire. Now remember, the Holy Roman Empire at this point is essentially Germany. Obviously, there's other people involved, but the essence of it, the nucleus of it, is these Germanic people. Let's read that introduction, AP Yeshaya.
The Holy Empire of German nation was never a central nexus of enslavement and slave trading. Nevertheless, a large number of enslaved people were brought into the empire from different parts of the world between the 16th and 18th century.
So this telling you they weren't like France, like Britain, who actually had channels and of ships going over from Africa to the Americas. We are going to get into that a little bit later, Abba willing. But a lot of slaves came to Germany or Switzerland or Italy, or all the territories of the Holy Roman Empire. Let's read on.
There were essentially 3 slave complexes extended into German land, one in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, slaving network through which enslaved Africans, Eastern European, Caucasian, Tartars, or subjects of the Ottoman Empire arrived in German principle.
So we talked about it in the beginning of the series, how the Ottomans were enslaving people all over. So they were going into Eastern Europe and enslaving their brethren. And they actually ranked them and said these were the top tier slaves. At least this is what the Ottomans thought. But then they were going also down to Zanzibar, modern day Zanzibar, going to Eastern Africa and getting slaves. And they say, you trash. You're the basic slave. You're the one I put hard labor on. Talking about the children of Israel. And so the Holy Roman Empire, the Germans, began to trade with the Ottomans as well. They were trading some of the top tier slaves, but those weren't the ones they really wanted. Let's read on.
The other was Atlantic and Indian Ocean slaving.
So they got some through the Ottomans, but they also got some from the Atlantic slave trade and the Indian Ocean slave trade. And who was being traded in the Atlantic and Indian Ocean? Israel. Quote unquote Africans. And so they had trades from people walking across, or them going over and walking to the Ottoman Empire and trading, because the Ottomans were further in the east, and trading, but they got a lot of slaves from the Atlantic Ocean, from the Indian Ocean, aka the coast of Africa. Let's read on.
Which accomplished and fueled European colonialism, expansion, and globalizing merchant network.
So it fueled these Germanic tribes, fueled the European colonial expansion. Because what's the point of having a slave who nobody's buying? And so the Germans were buying. And in that gave fuel. They put gasoline in the tank of the Portuguese and say, I need to get me more slaves. I just sold a whole boatload to the Germans. Let me now go back down to my fort in West Africa and get some more so I can bring it back up to Germany. Let's read on.
Recent research in particular have brought to the fore of integrating of German territory in a translation economic network that provide the Atlantic slave trade with textile, tools, weapon, copper, bullion, credit, and of course, numerous sailors and soldiers.
So the Germans offered over textiles, goods, tools, weapons, copper, bullion is that precious metal, silver and gold. And they even lent out sailors and soldiers out to all these slave nations, slave trade nations that we had been talking about throughout this series, to Spain, to France, to all these people so they can get a foothold in that slave trade and so that they could bring slaves back to their homeland, to the, quote, Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, exactly. Slaving was big business back in this day, back in the 1400s to the 1800s. And so the Germans were absolutely involved in it. Let's read on.
In the 18th century, the Atlantic slave trade as a source of enslaved person eclipsed the Mediterranean slavery network.
So by the 1700s, the Atlantic slave trade completely eclipsed the slaves they were getting out from the Mediterranean or from the East or from anywhere else. This became their main point of slaves. Now, yeah, they still got some of those Ottoman slaves from Eastern Europe, but what they really wanted was those slaves from the Atlantic. And why? Because that spirit was on them. That spirit was on them to oppress the children of Israel. Let's jump down to the next paragraph. If you would read that, the marked area.
The anomaly author Viemi defended slave trade.
So there was an author who wrote a book, basically saying, well, we'll get into what he's talking about, but he wanted to remain anonymous. I wonder why. Let's see what he was talking about. And this is a German author. This whole article is talking about Germany or the Holy Roman Empire and how they were involved in the slave trade. Let's read on.
Claiming that the enslavement of Africans was solely a result of intersexual warfare. Claiming that the enslavement of Africa was solely a result of intersexual warfare that desired for financial gain. Employing the seizures by common argumentative vow. He reasoned with Christians, slave traders were actually saving enslaved from much worse fate.
So he argued that for one, we're just going to war. We just want financial gain for one. And that's why it's not because of anything else, which is obviously not true if we read it from a biblical lens. But also, he said, we're doing them a favor. Earlier, it said they called them Negritin. These Negritin, we're doing them a favor. What was that favor that they were doing them?
Namely, being slaves of Satan.
You could be in Africa a slave to Satan. We're bringing to you Christianity. Don't you just love it? Don't you hear? I've heard brothers saying the same thing. Who's that Christian pastor be talking down on black people? Like, yeah, man, if it wasn't for the white man, you wouldn't have Christianity. You remember his name? I didn't remember his name. But that dude be going off. But that's not a unique argument that he just came up with. There were German authors agreeing with this. We have saved these poor Negritin from being a slave to Satan, and now you have embraced Christianity. We've done you a favor. Now go ahead and wipe my shoe. This is how they treated us and thought about us, even the Holy Roman Empire, thinking they did a beautiful thing by saving these slaves from Satan. When really you brought us back over to Satan. Let's jump down to the next paragraph and read that marked section. And then if you'll grab Deuteronomy 28, and we're going to get the 68th verse. Actually, let's switch it. You grab Deuteronomy 28, 68, and then you read that next portion in that paragraph about, this is from link.springer.com, slavery in the Holy Roman Empire.
Slaves arriving in the Holy Roman Empire had typically became enslaved outside of it in locations of Africa, Asia, somewhere at sea along the coast of the Mediterranean, or had been born into slavery.
So a lot of the slaves that were coming over, not all of them, we're going to get into that a little bit later, but a large portion of them were enslaved in other places or by these other countries, by Spain, by France, by Britain. Let's read on.
They would often have been traded or exchanged between different proprietors several times before ending up in German territories. This was different from the captives taken in the wars against the Ottoman Empire, insofar as their captivity was often limited.
So now look at this, right? We talked about how they had three different modes of attaining slaves. One from the Ottoman, one from the Atlantic, and one from the Indian. The last two, both being from Africa, both being these Israelites that were scattered after the destruction of the temple. But they said those slaves that they got from the Atlantic and the Indian slave trade, Indian Ocean slave trades, differed from the ones they got from the Ottomans. Why? Let's read on.
Depending on their rank and financial means, they were ransomed or exchanged for Christians.
A lot of those Ottomans got ransomed out of their slavery, out of their bondage, by being traded for a Christian, a good old-fashioned Christian. Because remember, they're the Holy Roman Empire. And so they would trade these Muslims or their own Eastern European brethren and say, give us our Christians back and you can have this Ottoman back. Let's read on.
The processing of captives taken by German forces during their campaigns against the Ottomans in the 17th and early 18th century was increasingly handled by military officials.
So as time started to progress, they started increasingly saying, oh, only the military can deal with these slaves from the Ottoman territory. But everybody else could deal with these slaves from the other avenues we were getting, the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. And so they made this distinction clearly in their, not in law, but in how they actually operate. A lot of the slaves they got from the East who were conquered by the Ottomans and converted to Islam, they traded. Remember, these are the Caucasians from the Caucasus, Eastern Europeans, Tartars, all of them. But the Negritin, they had to save from their being a slave to Satan. They had to baptize and make them good, old-fashioned Christians. Now, were they ransomed For anybody? No. And this is what it's talking about in Deuteronomy 28:68. We see a clear example of how the curses apply not to these people, but to us specifically. Let's get that AP aside. Deuteronomy 28:68. Remember, these coming from the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, they went through a long process to get back to Germany, aka the Holy Roman Empire. The Portuguese put them on a ship, then would take them to one of their islands, and then from there they might export them. They might say some are going to Brazil, but they might say some are going back to Europe. Then one might find himself in Portugal. Then somebody from Portugal might take them and be on a trip to Germany, and a German might say, hey, I want your slave. And so they went on this long trip and got bought or sold, and finally the final destination was Germany on the ship. And do you think at that point they were saying, I'll ransom this one for a Christian? No. Deuteronomy 28:68. AP Yeshaya.
And the Most High shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again.
So clearly this is talking about us, talking about the children of Israel. No other group of people en masse has been exported into a land known for bondage by ships, by maritime vessels. Nobody else. Now, obviously, you have small groups of people being transported into bondage on ships, small groups. But nobody fits all the curses, and nobody as a full nation was brought over into slavery on ships except for quote-unquote Africans. Read on.
And there shall be so unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen.
So there in the land, far away from the land that was given to you, you shall be sold as a bondman or a bondwoman. And what else?
And no man shall buy you.
We see a clear example of somebody buying out these Caucasians, these Ottomans, these Tartars. That was what the Germans did. They traded these quote-unquote Muslims for Christians. But when it came to these quote-unquote Africans, as they call them, these Negritan, nobody was buying them out of their bondage. Nobody was like, oh, I'll trade you for a Christian. They were not doing that. So we clearly see what this scripture is talking about. Nobody's going to ransom you out. Nobody's going to hold you captive to trade you and then give you your freedom. That is not what happened. These people were enslaved for their whole life. And we're going to talk about that as we read on. But let's go back to that article, APSI. Let's go back to that article talking about slavery in the Holy Roman Empire. Let's pick up in that next paragraph.
The vast majority of enslaved persons in early modern Germany found themselves labeled Moors or blacks.
So even though they were getting some from the east, the vast majority of these slaves in Germany, aka the Holy Roman Empire at this point, were Moors or blacks. They just used Moor as a blanket term for black people, calling them Moors. Let's read on.
The German term Moor was an umbrella term applied to anyone considered dark-skinned by German contemporaries.
Anybody with some dark skin, you were a Moor, according to them. So you see how the term started to spread and how they started to become Moors. Well, let's jump down now to that second part, that other marked part in the that same paragraph. And if you grab Deuteronomy 28:37, AP Yeshaya.
The term negger or Negro, on the other hand, became common in the German language.
Did y'all know the Germans actually have a word for that? We hear in Spanish, negro is a Spanish term. You hear it in English all the time, negro. The Germans had their own term. You a nigger. Germans were calling them niggers. Let's read on.
Became common in the German language only during the second half of the 18th century, bearing testament to the ever closer connection to the Atlantic world in the attendant colonial discourse.
You see that this term came from these other nations, showing that they were now linked with the rest of these European empires that were trading slaves. Spanish called them Negro. And then the English took that on, made it worse. Yeah. And the Germans said, oh, Negro, okay, nigger. You are a nigger. And they start putting that upon these slaves. And more start to become old-fashioned. They start calling them nigger. This is actually, I saw a German movie at one point. I remember actually in high school, and the teacher had to be like, there's going to be a word in there. Her character in the movie was this old grandma, and she was mad that her daughter was playing some jazz or something. She's like, why are you playing that nigger music? You see, the term was still even in use in modern times, stemming from this. Let's read on.
Although it never entirely supplanted the older term more, the two words became increasingly synonymous as time went by. While it may thus be tempting to dismiss more as a quaint, traditional term of sorts, colonial discourse eventually loaded it with the same racist connotations as nigger.
And that's Neger. Anybody, interested in seeing the spelling. But now we see that these terms were placed upon them. You're a Moor, you're a nigger. Let's get at Deuteronomy 28:37, seeing how this fits us. Remember, they were letting the Caucasians go. Why would they have a derogatory slang term for their Caucasian brothers? Knowing that they also are Caucasian. Knowing that they come from a place where all of them are divided by tribes. They probably get mad. One is a Bavarian and one is a Saxon. You call me a Saxon, brother? I'm Bavarian. You think they weren't going to give that same credence to those in the East? But to you, they're all the same. Anybody with brown skin, dark skin, anybody light skin even that ain't Caucasian, you a Moor, you a nigger. Deuteronomy 28:37.
And thou shalt become astonishment, a proverb, and a byword amongst all nations, whether the Most High leads thee.
You shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword amongst all these nations. Once again, who else do these curses fit like a glove? Obviously, other, certain curses will fit to a degree, but it's like a shirt that just don't fit right, It just looks, you can tell it's not tailored to you. Well, this is a suit that, whether fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, is tailored specifically to us, those who were subject to both the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean slave trade. And so we see that even when they're brought to the Holy Roman Empire by the Germans, they had proverbs, they had bywords, they had labels that they were slapping on you that just denoted all of you. They knew who was a Tartar, who was a Ottoman. They knew who was somebody who was Germanic, whether it be Bavarian, Saxon. They knew all that history. They knew you were Frankish and all that. But all you, there was no, are you a Benjamite? That's crazy. That's another thing too. That you think that the French got all of Benjamin, come on. And now I need Levi over here because we got two different colonies. One is going over here to another Caribbean island, but Levi, you're going to Haiti. Come on with us. We're going to Haiti. Yeah, we're going to keep you. No, Simeon, stay on that side. Stay on that. Don't come over here to Haiti, Simeon. They didn't do that. They said, nigger, put him on the boat. We're going. Wherever we're going, we're going. They didn't look at you and start dividing and say, this is where we're going to place you. And then you see that all of them were spread out. The ones that went to Germany or the Holy Roman Empire went through long channels of trade, whether it be amongst the Portuguese, the French, the British, or whoever. It wasn't just one monolith like, okay, this is Reuben. We're going to take the tribe of Reuben and move him over here. They didn't give a damn. They just looked at you like you a Moor or you a nigger. They put that proverb or that byword upon you amongst all the nations where the Most High led you, even as far out into Germany.
Can I answer that?
What you got?
During like World War I and II, when we were going to war,
Get ready to read that verse again.
and they were capturing some of the Germans, when they were sitting in the mess halls, they would sit with the Germans and they would have those who they consider to be black, you know what I'm saying, or Negroes, they would sit apart still. They would sit with the Germans.
Yep. And even in the U.S., they still had segregated militaries as far as World War II. I think Vietnam War was the first time they brought all these units together and said, black soldiers can serve with white soldiers, but wherever the Most High sent us, that proverb, that distinction, that separation was upon them, was upon us, upon the children of Israel. And so let's read that verse again, AP Yeshaya. And if you go back to that article, Slavery in the Holy Roman Empire, we're going to read that section.
And that shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword amongst all nations, whether the Most High leads thee.
So once again, we see that they had names for you. They had proverbs for you. They looked at you like you are the low class. You are the lesser. Let's go ahead and go back to this article on the enslavement, slaves in the Holy Roman Empire.
In the Holy Roman Empire, the procurement of slaves was not motivated by a need for enslaved labor. The tasks performed by slaves elsewhere, field work and labor, hard labor, or household service, were easily filled through the existing practices of labor organization.
So when you were a slave in the Holy Roman Empire, it wasn't because they needed slaves. You could argue that the Portuguese in Brazil needed slaves. They needed somebody. They didn't want to do the work themselves. They needed hard labor to go and farm and cultivate that sugar. But the Germans, the Holy Romans, they didn't need it for that. Read on. What were they doing?
Rather, it was primarily persons regarded as dark-skinned and usually labeled Moors who were sought as representative servants.
They wanted to put you on a pedestal and say, look at this exotic beast that I got. Look at this. Look how wealthy I am. Having a slave back then was a status symbol. It wasn't as easy to come by like in Portugal or not even in Portugal. All the European countries that had slaves, it was a status symbol. But especially in Germany, because they were getting them from the Portuguese, from the French, from whoever was trading slaves and bringing them back to Europe. And so for them, it was representative of their wealth, their status. You were a duke, or you were a prince, or you were somebody of royalty, and look at all my dark-skinned niggers that I got in my court. Look how rich I am. It's like how cars are treated today. Look, I got a 16-car garage. Look at how many cars I have. You know, it was a status symbol to them. Let's read on.
In the 16th century, enslaved persons were exchanged through the interconnected networks of long-distance merchants and nobility from Italy and the Iberian kingdoms to courts and towns north of the Alps. For example, between 1569 and 1575, Duke Wilhelm V of Bavaria purchased Moors and Turks and dwarfs for his court in Landshut.
So we see that they were getting them through a lot of these other countries. Italy, Iberian Peninsula, which was Spain, Portugal, and even countries north of the Alps or in the Alps, aka Switzerland. A lot of these countries were involved in the trading of these slaves. Let's read on.
He employed the services of the Fuggers in Lisbon and in Hamburg, as well as business partners and agents in Milan and Genoa of this purpose.
So now we see this interconnected slave trading dynasty. Lisbon, Portugal, Hamburg, Germany, Milan, and Genoa. Where are those located? Where is Milan? Y'all should know that one. Italy. Introducing the next horn. We got Germany, but Italy was heavily involved as well in the slave trade. let's finish this up, but then we're going to go and talk about Genoa. We're going to talk about these Genoese people and how they also enslaved the children of Israel. Let's finish that up.
After 30 years war, the demand for Moors rapidly increased when minor courts and individual nobles began to add such servants to their staff as well.
So we already read earlier that when it came to the Ottoman slaves, a lot of that began to be increasingly involved by the military or handled by the military. But that meant that they started getting their slaves from the Atlantic. And a lot of these minor courts, smaller dukes, you had the emperor, Otto and his offspring and their dynasties, and the Hohenstaufen or whatever they call them, that next dynasty that started to take reign. But then you had these other duchies, domains that were ruled by a duke. You had counts. You had all these different smaller branches of government that ruled smaller locations. They also started to employ slaves. It's like, think of it like almost Germany at this point, or the Holy Roman Empire, almost like the United States, where you have a president who's above everything at the federal level, but then you can break it down by the state levels. You have a governor. And then even the state level, you can break it down by counties and municipalities. This is how Germany was also broken up, or the Holy Roman Empire was broken up. You had the emperor, who was like the president. Then you have these dukes or duchies who would be like governors. You have counts who would be like the municipal government, rulers in the municipal government, and they would all of them have slaves. It's like, where are we in right here? We're in Gwinnett County. It's like the commissioner of Gwinnett County having slaves. Is exactly what it would be like in the Holy Roman Empire. Let's read on.
With transatlantic networks gaining importance in the 17th century, enslaved persons arrived in the empire via Dutch, Danish, and British trading routes. Still, the process of acquiring slaves rarely followed direct lines. Instead, it was often a haphazard.
All right, we can drop it there, actually. So we see that they were getting their slaves from a lot of other countries, particularly Italy. We're going to look at this article, Wikipedia, but you can confirm this on your own if you don't trust Wikipedia. The Genoese colonies. We're going to pick up in that section that says background. Go ahead and read that, AP Yeshaya.
During the early Middle Age, Genoa was a small, poor fisher village of 4,000 inhabitants. By slowly building its merchant fleet, it rose as the leading commercial carrier of the Western Mediterranean, starting to become independent from the Holy Roman Empire around 11th century.
So we see, let's actually pull up that map of the Holy Roman Empire again. But we see that Genoa started off as a small fishing village, but over time, it started to actually rise up and become a strong and powerful player. Let's pull up the image of the Holy Roman Empire for those online. Anybody in the audience, you can pull up your phone and look at it. And so we see that this is the extent of the Holy Roman Empire. Look at the countries that are involved in it, that are absorbed in it, even down to Italy. Now, let's pull up this map of Genoa. Where is Genoa located? North? Absolutely, North Italy. The same territory that was conquered in the Holy Roman Empire, Northern Italy. So now, and once again, these were not all one people. These were not people saying, I'm German too. They still had an Italian identity. They still knew that they were Italians. Italy didn't exist as we know it today, but they knew that they were Italian people. And so Genoa was part of the Holy Roman Empire at one point, governed and ruled by these Italians. Let's actually drop that part and let's continue on this article. the next part, these where it says after that map, where it says these Genoese colonies.
The Genoese colonies were a series of economic and trade posts in the Mediterranean and Black Sea.
So this city-state that became its own republic started to operate independently of the Holy Roman Empire that was once under, or that it was still under at its heyday. But they still ruled and governed under itself. Remember, we talked about how a lot of the Germans had duchies, dukes ruling and reigning. They had a certain level of independence, but they were still expected to do certain things for the, for lack of better terms, federal government or the imperial government. And so it's the same thing with Genoa. It was its own republic that could make its own choices and could administer how it wanted to administer as its own republic and Italian. It institutes Italian culture, but it was still a part of this Holy Roman Empire. Let's read on.
Some of them been established under the patria of the representative. Wait, hold on. Go back right here.
Yeah, under the direct patronage of the Republican authorities.
Pictures report its authority to support economic of local merchants, while others organized a futile position of Genovian nobles or been found by powerful private interiors such as Bank of St. George.
So they were wealthy people who started funding banks and with their money started to do what rich people do. How can I make more money off of this money? One thing they started to do, if we can pull up the map, I don't know if I don't know how well that comes up if you can see it, but hopefully you can kind of get the gist. This was the trade route of the Genoese Republic. For those online, you can take a look at it. They had an extensive trade route. You see, it even went out to northern France, going over to what was the Holy Roman Empire at that time, going all the way down even into Africa. If you can see those trade routes, that web that they're building. And so, what do you think they're trading? Do you think they're just trading textiles? Do you think they're getting gold and spices? But what was the hot commodity at that time? Slaves. And so these Genoese started to get involved in the slave trade. Let's go to that next section, AP Yeshaya, and read that marked portion. And if you grab that next article, the Genoese slave trade.
The decline of Genoese colonization in Klamos conclude with the Ottoman expansion in late 15th century.
And so they expanded out east to Crimea. Anybody heard of Crimea? You should have. It's been in the news recently. This is all the way east to Ukraine. But as the Ottomans started to expand, they started losing their foothold in this slave trade in the east. Read on.
And aside from Crimea's cities, Genope also lost the land and Temo Patasa, which had belonged to the noble Gatafla family. Other losses include commercial based on Leomas, Moldva, and Murakani Asa.
Near Odessa. So this is also, they're losing their position over in Ukraine. Anybody heard of Odessa? It's over there in Ukraine. And so it reads on to say that Genoa in particular became an efficient banking base of the Habsburg Spain, supplying loans and organizing slave trades. For Spain. Now, who was Spain trading for? So as they started losing their position in the east, they said, we're not going to go broke. We're just going to find another stream of revenue. It's no longer east, it's on the west, or it's down in Africa. Let's start working with Spain. Read that part. Well, it says Genoese traders were active in old Panama. Panama. You had Italians going out to Panama. To do what? Trade some slaves for the Spanish. Let's drop that. Actually, finish up that sentence right there, AP Shia. Then we're going to go to that next article, Wikipedia, the Genoese slave trade.
Okay. Which had belonged to the noble Gaussa family.
Well, yeah, read that last sentence in there.
Trying to find it.
Okay.
Trying to find
Well, it's
it.
cool. It's just talking about the Genoese in the Panama trading slaves for Spain. And we're going to get a little bit more into that in this next article. Let's read on the Genoese slave trade. Once again, this is from Wikipedia, but you can confirm all this information if you don't trust it. Genoese slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade. Remember, these Genoese people are Italians. This is the lineage of Italy. Read on.
Genoese slave trade, Atlantic slave trade. After the end of the Black Sea slave trade, Genoa became involved in the emerging Atlantic slave trade. From about 1520, the Genoese controlled the Spanish port of Panama.
The Genoese were controlling a Spanish port over in America or the Americas. So the Genoese were already getting involved, getting their hands dirty in trading slaves. Now, they didn't have a boat that they flew with the Italian flag on it. They were all in the midst, trading, buying, financing the Spanish, the Portuguese, or whoever they wanted to trade some slaves. Let's read on.
The first port on the Pacific, founded by the conquest of the Americas. The Genoese obtained a concession to exploit the port mainly for the slave trade of the New World of the Pacific, which lasted until the sacking of the destruction of the original city in 1671. Until the middle of the 17th century, Mexico was the largest single market for slaves in Spanish America. While the Portuguese were directly involved in trading enslaved peoples to Brazil, the Spanish Empire relied on the Asiento de Negros system.
So you see, the Germans had their term the Negers, the Spanish had their term the Negroes. And so they had this contract that they would make, or this agreement, the Asientos de Negros. And what was it?
Awarding Catholic Genoese merchants, bankers, the license to trade enslaved people from America to their colonies in Spanish America.
So this Asiento de Negros was a license, essentially, that the Spanish gave to Genoese, Italian Catholics to be bankers and traders from Africa to the Spanish colonies. And so they licensed these Italians to go out and start trading slaves. And so we don't hear about them as much because they didn't have a colony like the Spanish did, or they didn't have a spot like the Portuguese did or the French. That's easy to find. If you find there's some black people speaking French or Creole, okay, I guess you're tied to the French. You find someone speaking Spanish or Portuguese, okay, clearly we see the Portuguese influence. But it's a little harder to see, at least clearly, the Italians coming in and trading you to the Spanish. You're not going to fly an Italian flag, or you're not going to have a slave speaking and learning Italian, because you're not going to an Italian port. You're going to a Spanish port. The Italians, the Genoese were all involved. Their hands are not clean from this. They are indeed one of the horns that was a part of this Holy Roman Empire, so to speak, but was engaged heavily in the slave trade. Let's read on.
Cartagena, Veracruz, Buenos Aires, and Hispaniola, Nola received the majority of slave arrivals, mainly from Angola.
All right, let's drop that. Let's go down now to the this article, Genoese Entrepreneurship and the Asiento Slave Trade. And so it's going to give us a little bit more detail on how these Genoese were actually trading some of these slaves. Let's pick that up, or some of the finer details, I should say. Let's pick that up. It's from ScienceDirect.com. Once again, it's a synopsis of a book called Genoese Entrepreneurship and the Ascentio Slave Trade, 1650 to 1700. Let's pick that up. You go ahead, PSI.
The Genoese Domenico Grillo became the single most important buyer of enslaved Africans, carried through the transatlantic slave trade between 1662 and 1674. During that time, Grillo and his partner Ambrosio Lomellino
Trying to speak that Italian.
I don't know.
You see, they got them Italian names.
Crazy. Held a new type of monopolistic contract, assignito, with the Spanish crown.
So we see that these are actually the people, Grillo and Lemonino, or whatever you say, I don't speak Italian. They actually had not just a contract, that doesn't do this word justice. They had a monopoly on the slave trade in Spain. Meaning if the Spanish are getting slaves, it's coming through them. They're the ones, they're like the middlemen. They are the middlemen. We covered it in the class about Portugal and Spain. How the Pope gave, praise the Pope, the Catholics gave rule to the Spanish to govern over the Americas, most of the Americas. But the Portuguese got Brazil and everything to the east. And so they got the monopoly on the trade of slaves. And so these Italians are working like middlemen. We'll buy the slaves from the Portuguese and we'll sell them now to the Spanish. And the Spanish were going back and forth because they didn't want to support Portugal because they were a rival to them. So let's go to the Italians and start buying slaves. Let's read on.
A new type of monopolistic contract with the Spanish crown, allowing them to buy enslaved Africans in the English and Dutch Caribbean in order to sell them in the Spanish Americas, particularly in Cartagena and Portobello, in today's Colombia and Panama. Grillo lived from the early to the late 17th century, in making Madrid the center of his business operations by mid-century. There he was involved in the wool trade, tax farming, and public debt finance before arranging the slave trade contract.
So he was a financier. He was somebody who was entrepreneurial, and this was another leg for him. He traded wool. He did taxes. He did debt financing. You ever see these moguls today talking about, I do this and that and that? I don't trust those people. Because just like this dude Grillo, they don't care as long as it makes them money. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll do your taxes. Yeah, I'll do debt consolidation. I'll trade some wool here and there. Slaves? We got slavery back in 2026? Shoot, yeah.
I'll back your jail system.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Exactly. I'll invest in a jail. Why? It makes me money. That is the main driver for these people. As the scriptures say, the love of money is the root of all evil. Let's read on.
Alejandro Garcia Montan traces Grillo's whole operation from Genoa to Madrid, and from there to Amsterdam and London, as well as from Madrid to the Spanish Americas. The slave routes regularized by Grillo and Lamelio Acento became the standing intra-American routes to the Spanish Caribbean and circum-Caribbean markets during the 18th century.
All right, so they helped even regularize the routes that these European nations would take. They weren't taking these routes themselves, but they planned them, helped chart them out, and helped bring these slaves from Spain or from Africa to these Spanish colonies in the Caribbean. Let's go down to the next paragraph and read that section out part.
These Genoese merchants changed the way the slave trade was conducted in the Spanish Americas with lasting effects.
So they were so important as behind the scenes that it actually changed the structure of slave trading in the Americas. Let's read on.
The Grillo/Lomelino contract was the first monopolistic agreement with terms later used by the French Guinea Company.
So their contract was so influential, the French said, I want to do that. I want to get involved with that. I want to take the schematic that y'all laid out and do that. Read on.
In the English South Sea Company, Asientos in the early 18th century.
And the English said, wow, that's smart what y'all do. I want to do that. That's going to help me make my slave trade more efficient. We never hear about Italy amongst the slave trade. They played a critical role. So much so they shaped how it worked amongst all these other major players. They themselves being one of the horns of this beast. Let's read on.
Even though the slave trade was related to the commerce of goods, it was organized in very different ways, for which Grillo put it in place a new jurisdiction to regulate the slave trade independently from Spanish America merchant guilds, consulados, high courts, audiencias, and viceroy, as well as the House of Trade in Cadiz, to be under the sole authority of the Council of Indies. The most important council governed the Spanish Americas.
All right, so we see that they actually set up the mode of trade. They set up the formula of slave trading for the rest of these Europeans. You see how their hands were heavily involved in the slave trade, even though you don't have a lot of Italian colonies or even a Italian colony. You have them as financiers, bankers, and logistics, people who work the logistics of the slave trade. Let's jump down to the next paragraph. Were they satisfied and content? Saying, oh yeah, I'll sell to Spain. Read that next one, I think, page 22.
Grillo also operated outside of the Asiento Charter.
He moved outside the charter because he was a greedy bastard. Read on.
Merchandise from England and the Netherlands was sent to the Caribbean to be smuggled into Asiento's ships carrying captives to the Spanish Americas.
So he starts trading contraband for England and Netherlands. Remember, these are all contending to be the top horn, the top empire. And so now the English were like, he went to the English and said, hey, I'll take some of your stuff. I know the Spanish don't want me to trade with England or the Netherlands, these horns we already covered. They don't want me to trade with y'all because they're in competition with you. But I want that money. I'm going to do it anyway. Put your stuff on these Spanish ships that I'm shipping out. And I'm going to get that extra revenue on top. Let's read on.
And he ventured to regions that exceeded the charter of the Asiento, particularly the traffic between Panama and Lima.
So he was to go only to Panama. But he was going from Panama and took a little off-the-books trip down to Lima in Peru in South America, start selling some more stuff, including slaves, and then, they make sure they go back to Italy or then go and do whatever the Spanish had told them to do. Let's read on.
The capital of Spanish South America, the traffic involved cooperation with Spanish American merchants who benefit from these operations. This part of the book shows the usefulness of the contrasting sources coming from archives in Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom and Peru.
So now you see that Italy tried to get its dominance as a horn, not simply by going and establishing its own colony. That's a lot of work. It's not easy to set up a colony, maintain it from across the ocean. That's not easy to do. They said, we're going to do it another way. We're going to be the financiers. We're going to be the revolutionaries of the process of trading these slaves. And so everything they did was about getting that money to help elevate them as one of the horns. Now look how greedy this man was. Does that not sound like somebody, some group of people? Maybe a so like a penguin that's quacking in the desert. Don't that sound similar to somebody we know? He was a greedy bastard. He went and got slaves. He had a contract with the Spanish, a monopoly. You can't start trading more with Spain than the monopoly allowed. I mean, you have a monopoly. They're not going to anybody else. And what did he say? That's not enough. My Asiento says, I can't trade with England. I can't trade with Portugal. I can't trade with the French. But I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to get some extra money. Look at all that cargo space I got. That ain't stuffed with slaves. Let me get some stuff. Let me get some slaves from England. Let me get some slaves from Portugal. Let me get some slaves from the Dutch and send them over. Now, I couldn't find any information on him specifically. But in general, there was a lot of these, as this brother said, the hand motion, a lot of them over there in Genoa. Let's read that article. This is an article from Wikipedia, once again, called History of the Jews in Italy. Now, this isn't about the slave trade, but we can extract what we need to extract out of it. Let's read this section that says about anti-pope Benedict the 13th. Now, he's not important. We're going to extract what's important to the class from here. I'm going to read the AP Shai when you got it.
The Jews have suffered much from the restless persecution of Enigo-based Antipophet Benedict XIII. They hailed his successor, Martin V, with delight. And the synagogue convulsed by the Jews at Bologna and continued at Foco, and seen deparation with costly gifts to new pope, praying him to abolish oppression law programmed by Benedict to grant the Jews those privileges which have been accorded them under the previous pope.
All right, so a lot of popes would begin to oppress these Jews. And the reason I believe that was the case is because they were, I got to do more research, but they were looking at us. Because obviously we see that they were expelling them in the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese Inquisition, expelling Moors who were Jews out of their country. And then from there, you could also convert. Now, obviously, we saw that a proverb and a byword was put on these black people. You were a Moor, you were a nigger, you were a Negro. So you think it was just all said and good when you convert? No, you still had that proverb and that byword upon you. Your skin told on you. But now, if you're a European or an Eastern European, but you converted to be a so-called Jew or a Jewish, and now they say, hey, convert, leave, or die. And let's say you've already started building a fortune in Spain, in Portugal, or even Italy. What do? Yeah, I'll convert. Yeah, I changed my name. No longer Heidelberg, but now I'm John Smith. You know? And they ask you, you're a Jew? No, I'm not. I'm Catholic. Hail Mary. And then you go in your home and you got a wailing while you bobbing your head too. Let's read on.
Those decorations.
But what this is saying is that when they were getting persecuted, they went to this new pope and said, hey, can you, slow down? Can you let us thrive here? Let's read on.
The decoration success in the mission, but the period of grace was short. For Martin's successor, England IV, had very favorably disposed towards the Jews, ultimately reacted all restriction laws issued by Benedict.
All right, so that mindset of expelling these black Moors who were Jews carried over to those who started to call themselves Jews. Remember, as we covered in this class or this series, at this time period, the water started to get muddy. Things start to change. You start going from black to white. We saw that when the Portuguese sent an expedition out to India, these ones who were new Christians or converts from Judaism, or once saying they're practicing Judaism, converted to Christianity, they did expedition to India, and they said, wow, we found some black Jews. And the black Jews are calling them white Jews. At this time period, you start to see changes happening, and it's hard to actually pinpoint exactly who's who because the history books don't tell it like that. And so a lot of that mindset of expelling these black Jews carried over to some of these white Jews because they just knew Jew. That's all they knew. Let's read on.
In Italia, however, his bull was generally disregarded.
All right, so now you had a pope who said, I'm back on my, quote, anti-Semitic stuff. All y'all get out of here. And now we talked about the papal bulls. It's these edicts from the pope, the decrees to do a certain thing. There was a papal bull that divided the territory of Spain and Portugal, as we talked about earlier. But now there's one saying, get rid of these people practicing Judaism in the Holy Roman Empire. Get rid of them. Remember, in Italy as well. So now they say in Italy, however, this was generally disregarded. Read on.
The great centers such as Venice, Florence, Bordeaux, and Pisa.
So Venice, Florence, and Genoa, Pisa, where that leaning tower is, they disregarded it. And why? Read on.
Realized that their commercial interests were more important than the affairs of spiritual leaders of churches.
They said, I got some commercial interest. Now, we already looked at and did a decent enough dive into the commercial interest of Genoa. And so they ignored this requirement to expel these people. Read on.
And according to the Jews, many whom were bankers.
What was that dude, Griot? A banker. What else?
Leading merchants.
And leading merchants in Genoa. Leading merchants. What do you think they were merchandising? Yeah, they were financing it as bankers. We already read earlier, they have an ancient bank. I forgot what it's called. Bank of King George or something like that over in Genoa. Read on.
Where I'm at. Found their conditions than ever before.
So they found the conditions with these honey hats was better than ever before. They were like, wow, I never have been this rich ever in my life. Remember, Genoa started off as a tiny fishing village. But now when these people move in, start teaching them the dark arts of Balaam and Balak, they say, wow, we are advancing. Look at how much trading we're doing with the Portuguese, with the Spanish, with Panama. We even out in Lima. Trading. Trading what? Slaves. Along with a few other things, but slaves were the hot commodity. Read on.
It is thus became easy for the Jewish bankers to obtain permission to establish banks and to engage in monetary transactions.
In Genoa, in other provinces and major city-states in Italy. Read on.
Indeed, in one instance, even Bishop Matteo, the name of the Pope, according permission to the Jews to lend money as interest.
What a crazy scheme. You're supposed to be a bishop. He said, in the name of the Pope, I give you authority to lend money back to these Italians whose land you're so graciously abiding in with interest, with usury. Those Don't it sound familiar? Don't it sound familiar? You established this empire for us. You gave us the power. You gave us and showed us how to accuse these dirty niggers. I'll give you some interest. I'll give you some interest on your loans. You are a bishop. They, in other areas, condemned usury. But here they made an exception. Over in Genoa, over in Italy, they made that exception to lend at usury because they were bankers, they were financiers. They were the ones who were heavy in this Genoese trade and the trade routes going from all over Europe. Let's bring that map up once again. For anybody watching online, everybody in the audience, once again, you can pull up your phone. These are the ones who had that deep and heavy connect, not that one, the network, the trade network of Genoa. It's a little hard to see, but you can see how the network of their trade was advanced all the way out east. It talked about how they had trade networks in over in India, and then all the way out, you see them going to Spain, to North France, or to the rest of the Holy Roman Empire, and out east or west toward the quote-unquote New World. Let's read on, AP Yeshaya, and then we're actually going to go back to the article in about slave trading in the Holy Roman Empire. But we had to take this side note to talk about this other horn, because you see the Holy Roman Empire was getting, or the Germans particularly, were getting a lot of their slaves down south at the southern territory of Italy and Genoa. Let's read on. Let's finish that up.
Much of the banking negotiations of Tuscus were in the hands of the Jews of Pisa.
Much of the banking was in the hands of this Jew over in Tuscany, a region of Italy. Let's read on.
The influence position of this successor financially was a greatest advantage to his co-religion at the time of the exile from Spain.
So a lot of the ones being exiled from Spain said, oh, okay, you want to reject me? Instead of me converting, because I could, like my brother did, I'm going to go over here to Genoa and get my trade on. Let's go now to this article. Let's go now to this article about back to the one we've been reading from. It's got a lot of depth in there about the slavery in the Holy Roman Empire. So we see Germany as the 8th horn and Italy as the 9th. Now, obviously, it's not Italy as we know. It's not Germany as we know it, but it is these German people, these Germanic people, the Italian people, and they were all heavily involved in this slave trade. Let's pick up that article and obviously read up from the. This is once again. Yeah, the highlight portion. This is once again slavery in the Holy Roman Empire.
Because of the infrequent availability of so-called Moors, even in the 18th century, princes or nobles keen to acquire prestigious servants often had agents scouring places like London, Amsterdam, or Copenhagen, or placed orders with merchant houses there.
So not only did they go to Italy, they went also to London and Amsterdam and Copenhagen, Denmark. We covered all of these horns as well. The British, the Dutch, the Danish, or the Scandinavians. Going there, they were also trading slaves and selling them to these Germans in the Holy Roman Empire. Let's read on.
The latter, in turn, often contracted with slave ship captains, and some merchants apparently specialized in the slave trading business. In 1703, Jonathan Belcher, who visited the Hanoverian port of Herrenhausen, was told of a man in Cassel who allegedly supplied the court with slaves. Frederick II, the Landgrave of Hassel-Kassel, used the services of the Amsterdam banker and slaver John de Barry Daniels.
I tried to look him up too. I saw the last name Daniels, and he was a banker, and I said, I couldn't find anything on him, but if I had to bet money on it, I think I could do that safely and say who he was. Right. Read on.
To acquire at least 5 Moors for his court. Officially, slaving companies transported only a relatively small number of enslaved persons to Germany.
Officially. Now, once again, obviously, this is a article was filled with all our rich nuggets, but couldn't bring them all out. It talked about how a lot of the ones were only noted if they got baptized and converted. And so, how many did that? There was only so many that got baptized and converted. There could have been a lot more who didn't. So officially, it was only a small number, but unofficially, in reality, how many were there is unknown. Let's read on.
No more than 24 Moors delivered by the short-lived Brandenburg African-American Company to the Perusian court between 1699 and 1717 have been identified.
All right, so now you see a key point being brought out here. The Brandenburg African American Company brought slaves to Prussia. Now, who owned this Brandenburg African American Company? If you would, AP Yeshaya, go to that article, Hidden History Facts. And we'll see who owns, anybody who knows a little bit about history or just geography. This term, Brandenburg, might be kind of familiar. Let's read that Brandenburg's African Forts, hiddenhistoryfacts.com.
The Brandenburgs in Africa, German princes control Africa.
German princes. If you know who Prussia is, that was one of the eastern territories of this Germanic Holy Roman Empire. They like to make it seem like, oh, we didn't really have much to do with the slave trade. We only maybe traded a few and brought them to our country. But no, they actually went and established their own country. Kind of like the Dutch East India Company. Kind of like what the Genoese were doing. They said, we need to get some of that action. And so they made their own company, the Brandenburg African American Company. And these German princes went and made some forts in Africa. Read on.
The German princes controlled African fort from 1682 to 1711 on January 1st, 1682. Frederick William, the Great Elect of Brandenburg, established the Brandenburg African Company, which would go to his own town operating in Africa fort for nearly 3 decades.
So now Frederick Williams, or Frederick Wilhelm, that German, went and made a company. And he later became the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Went and established his own company to go and get his own slaves here in Africa. Now, it was short-lived compared to some of these other ones, but he went to establish his own trading ports in Africa, and they succeeded in trading thousands, tens of thousands of slaves. Let's read on.
Historians Jericho Nigga note that marked the beginning of a significant period in African history. By 1683, the company had already established its first fort, Ross Fredericksburg, located in present-day Ghana.
They had a slave trading fort in Ghana, present-day Ghana. Drop down to that next point, the next paragraph. And so they actually established their own country. They like to make it seem like, just like the Genoese, we weren't really involved, we weren't a major player. You may not have had this colony, but you were trading. Same thing with these Germans. They like to downplay their colonial roots, but they actually had a colony, a little fort that was specifically for trading. It was a trading outpost for slaves in what is present-day Ghana. Let's read on.
Most people think that European power like Portugal, Britain, and France dominated the African coast during the Age of Explosion. The standard story goes that these powers established trade routes, ports, colonized, while European nations played a minor role. However, the narrative overlooked the significant involvement of German princes, particularly from Brandenburg, in African affairs during the late 17th and early 18th century.
Once again, we see that history has overlooked the Germanic tribes that ruled, got their authority from the Pope, and then went out and started trading slaves. Let's jump down to this spot about the historian Herman Kellenbens and read what's going on with him, or what he's talking about this slave trade.
Historian Herman Kellenbens argues that the Brandenburg African Company was a major player in the African trade, with forts and trading posts established in present-day Ghana, Nigeria, and Angola.
So not only were they in present-day Ghana, but they went to Nigeria. They went as far south as Angola, which, unfortunately, this class, we're already, going long in this history. We can't even go to the age of imperialism where they started dividing up Africa, because the Germans were involved in that too. They had Angola as one of their own colonies. There's still towns down there in Angola where they speak German, because they went and conquered, and they were very oppressive to these people. Let's read on.
On December 27, 1682, Frederick Williams issued a charter to the company, granting it a monopoly on the African trade. According to historian Ernest Schaffer, the company's activities in Africa were highly profitable, with the Brandenburg African Company generating significant revenue from the sale of African commodities like gold, ivory, and slaves. By 1690, the company had established a network of forts and trading posts, including the fort of Accra, which was seized from the Swedish in 1682.
So we already talked about the Swedish, or the Scandinavians. They went and had some forts. They actually went and took one of the forts from the Swedish. This is how profitable it's becoming for these Germans. Let's read on.
Historian Georg Vogeli notes that the company's success was due in part to its ability to negotiate with local African leaders, such as the king of the Ahata people, who signed a treaty with the company in 1683. By 1700.
So for time's sake, let's drop that. Let's go to the next article, founding a slave trading colony in the West. So they go on in this article to talk about how it's actually hard to pinpoint exactly what was going on, because there was a fire that burnt a lot of the records. And so a lot of the history that was related to this is gone. They got to get a lot of it from the Dutch. And obviously the Dutch are not going to say, wow, they're taking some of our business. When they write about history, they're going to look at like negative, because they're competing with them. And so they actually downplay a lot of what the Germans were doing over there in Africa, actually having their own colonial base, even in Accra. We hear Accra, Ghana today. The Germans had forts over there that they conquered from the Swedish, trading slaves all along the western coast of Africa. Let's read that article, founding a slave trade colony in the West.
In 1682, the expedition led by Adam Frederick von der Groben founded a fort.
I tried to look up this dude too, Otto Frederick von der Groben. What a nasty name, but I tried to see who he was too, and there's only so much information about him. I can only find so much. But if I had to put some money on it, ah man, my head itchy. Anyway, let's read on.
A fork named Wilfrenberg on the West African Gold Coast. He has been sent by a great elector, Frederick Wilson, I. Bernadette, who established blanked on me.
So he was sent by the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire from Brandenburg to go now and establish this fort, which he named after himself, being the founder of the Brandenburg Company. Let's read on.
Who established the Brandenburg African Company, BAC, to profit from trades in captivity, gold, ivory, with few possessor. The BAC became small but active player in the translated slave trade in 1690, selling over 1,900 African captives.
Or
to
19,000. That's not a small number. Now, if you're talking about Brazil selling, or Portuguese selling, what was it, 12 million or something to Brazil, okay, you might say that's small, but 19,000 is a lot of people. That's a whole municipality. That's a whole town. That's multiple villages that were emptied out by these Germans in the 1690s alone. And that is only the evidence that we have. Remember, there was a fire that destroyed a lot of the records. That's only the number that they can confirm. Right. Right. Let's read on.
Selling over 19,000 African captives to plantations in the Caribbean. And a competitor to move established Dutch and French interests. Despite the growth of Benedict's involvement in the trade network, the cost of maintaining fort and defending the vessels from European rival provoked the too great to bear. Ultimately, Frederick Wilson sold his possessions to Dutch West Indian Company in 1717.
All right, so eventually it became too much to manage, and so they sold it to the Dutch. But nonetheless, they were still a part of this transatlantic slave trade, directly and indirectly. They weren't just getting slaves and bringing them to their own land. They were actually trading their own slaves as well. Once again, they like to downplay it. They like it to make it seem like it was less than what it was. But they were an active player, getting rich, enriching their own empire off of what Balaam and Balak was teaching them. Let's go back now to this article, Slavery in the Holy Roman Empire. Once again, there's a lot of, this is a treasure trove of information that they have available in this article, link.springer.com. And they have all their sources linked as well. So let's pick it up where we left off in this article, Slavery in the Holy Roman Empire, which once again was at this point furthered by basically comprised mostly of Germanic people. Let's look at how they were engaged in slavery. We already saw them talk about this Brandenburg Company. Let's look at how slavery looked inside the empire. Nah, start from that highlighted section.
Likewise, returning from Suriname in 1764.
Anybody know where Suriname is? Yeah, of course you do. Yeah. Where is that? South America. Let's read on.
In 1764, the furrier John Jacob Drusler gave an enslaved boy as a present to Duke Karl Edgin of Baden.
And I wanted to find a lot of these names, you just can't really find a lot on them. But usually when you find names like Jacob, Daniels, you might be talking to a Drusler. And so he came back from Suriname, a German, more likely a German tiny hat, with an enslaved boy, and was selling them to high officials. Let's read on.
Württemberg. The child was lodged with the chamber Moore, Giuseppe, Pedro de Santo Belli. These
If
cases
you need any more evidence that there were some Italian slaves, this dude got a super Italian name. Giuseppe Pietro degli Santobelli. Straight Italian. Let's read on.
These cases are also typical in that the Dutch colony of Suriname became especially important as a source region by the second half of the 18th century, since many Germans were active there as plantation owners and overseers.
So once again, they like to downplay their role. But these Germans not only had a slave trading fort, but they actually were plantation owners and overseers over in America. Central South America, they had their own plantations over there where they were getting their slaves and transporting them. Or they were getting Dutch slaves and using them there. The Dutch and the Germans are much like the Spanish and the Portuguese. They're different, they have a different language, but they're like very closely related. Spanish and the Portuguese, that was all Hispaniola. That was all one location, one peninsula. And you got a little section for this slightly different group of people called the Portuguese. It's the same thing with the Germans. So much so, Germans, you hear of the term Dutch a lot over here in like America and Pennsylvania and stuff. That was a adulteration of who they really were, Deutsch, which is German. That's how related they are. It's so easy to confuse them. And so they worked together a lot with the Dutch. So much so, I don't know if we're going to be able to get into this, but just like the Portuguese had an island, San Tome, where they would send their slaves, and that would be a trading post where they would start exporting slaves to different areas. The Dutch gave the Germans an island to go and start transporting slaves from. So you see them working hand in hand. In Dutch Suriname, you see the Germans having plantations and being overseers on Dutch plantations. Let's read on in the next paragraph.
In the registers, calendars, and payoffs of early modern courts, these prestigious servants are listed as court moors or chamber moors.
So they were called prestigious because it was a sense of prestige to have a black exotic Moor in your court. It was like having a Ferrari. That's foreign. That's not domestic. It's not a Ford. It's a Ferrari. That was what was like having a Moor in Germany at the time. It was like, I have this exotic foreign thing. And so they didn't treat them like the Ottomans treated them like lower class. They treated them like the higher station. Let's jump down to the next section.
Smaller courts throughout Germany sometimes employed a significant number of Moors as well. In 1714, Frederick William I of Prussia tried to have a staggering 150 to 170 Moors delivered from the trading location of Arguim on the west coast of Africa.
So this is the same Frederick William I that we just spoke about, who established the Brandenburg African Trading Company. He tried to have 150 to 170 of his own Moors transported. Now, it didn't really work well. The logistics didn't work. Or some other buyer was like, hey, I'll pay more, and they sold it to him. But it shows you that they had their own trading post to bring them up into Germany. Let's drop that. Let's go to the next paragraph and read a little bit more about this slavery in the Holy Roman Empire.
But even in the most splendid surroundings, enslaved individuals could face brutal coercion. Jonathan Belcher reported a particular grim story related to him during his stay at the Hanover court in Herrenhausen in 1704. One of the elector musicians, a young enslaved boy, had run away several times, whereupon the elector himself threatened to have 2 of his fingers cut off. while violence.
So you see that although they looked at him like prestigious, like, oh, wow, this is my exotic pet, they were not shying away from abusing them. Hey, you run away again, them fingers you play that violin with, I'm going to chop them off, okay? You don't have no purpose here. That's how they treated these enslaved Moors. Let's read on.
While violence against servants was certainly common enough during this period, such cruel punishment, even if it remained a mere threat, seemed rather extreme. It is remarkable that a New England merchant accustomed to the face of colonial slavery felt the urge to record this account. In general, the frequently mentioned attempt to run away serve as reminders of the harsh realities of servants' lives, whether enslaved or not.
All right, jump down to the next paragraph, AP Yeshaya. And so now we see that it wasn't all peaches and cream. Although they looked at them like these prestigious servants, we still see accounts of the harsh reality that they were serving in. They were still looked at like slaves, like property, like something that can be disposed of. Although not as readily as the Portuguese or the Spanish could, they still looked at them like less than. And so we'll see another example of that in this next paragraph of the same article. Go ahead and read on, AP Yeshaya.
A famous example of how the mark of artillery could persist despite a Brazilian career is that of Angelo Sarmenti. This former African slave rose to promote an 18th century Benin as well-connected counter Freemasons and friends of the Emperor Joseph II.
All right, so another example of how even though you could be a brilliant musician or have any sort of skills as a Moor in Germany, a black African slave, they still looked at you like property. And so this man, even though he integrated, he was a Freemason even, integrate a friend of the emperor. Look what they did with him. Read on.
And yet, after his death in 1796, his skin was removed, stuffed it, and displaced it cloaked with feathers and pearls.
So they took this man's body and said, I need to always display my wealth. I can't let you die and stop showing my wealth. Took his skin off of his body and stuffed it like a taxidermy animal. You ever see them hunting lodges and they got the taxidermy bear? This is what they did with this man, this slave. After he died, stuffed his body and put it in his house on full display for everybody with feathers and pearls on his garment.
It kind of seems like that's what they have in Europe now.
Absolutely. They have the same thing, caricatures and all that kind of stuff. We talked about this in Germany. It's not far from the Netherlands. They have the Black Pete. An example of another caricature of a black person that they, every year around their holiday season, start dressing up as and start depicting in fancy garments and all this kind of weird stuff as a servant. Once again, a servant or a Moorish slave to so-called Santa Claus. AP aside, if you go to the next section, if you grab AP Yeshaya, Deuteronomy 28 and 36. And so we see that even in death, they didn't honor you. They didn't give you a royal burial or a tombstone or something like that. They said, nah, I'm going to use this like a hood ornament. Yeah, I'm going to stuff you. Going to be right here in my property. Everybody going to see I had more slaves. Everybody going to see how rich I was. And so there was still, even with the prestige that these slaves would get in Germany, they were still looked at like property, like an animal, like a deer that you hunted and you conquered. Let's read that next section.
Transitionary rituals, most importantly baptism, may have signified an individual's exit from slavery in some instances. But while there was a general agreement that non-Christian enemies captured in war could be enslaved, there eventually was no automatism linked baptism to manumission.
All right, so we see that The idea was that if these slaves converted to Christianity and got baptized, they could be free. But remember, the rules applied to these Eastern European slaves and not to these Moors, not to these niggers, as they called them. And so, although some might get baptized, it didn't automatically make you free. Read on.
What is more contemporary jurists like Christian Thomas Sirius or Ludwig Julius Friedrich Hopfner were quite adamant in their opposition to such notions.
They were adamant that this isn't true, that these slaves were being forced to be baptized and still enslaved. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28:36, AP Yeshaya.
And the Most High shall bring thee the kings which shall set over thee until a nation which neither nor thy father have known, and they shall serve other deities, wood and stone.
So this is part of the curses as well, that the Most High would send you to this foreign, strange nation, far from where you once were, which neither you nor your fathers have known, and there you shall be converted to a false religion and start bowing down to a white Jesus or some other strange religion as a slave, as a captive. A lot of times this didn't even happen to other groups. Native Americans would be oppressed, conquered, destroyed, and still remember, I need to pray to the white feather of or whatever their spirituality was. We're, once again, one of the only groups who this fits, where we would be transferred over somewhere and completely lose our culture, completely lose our inheritance with Abba Yahweh, which is crazy, once again, because if this applied to the tiny hats, how are you all in Europe remembering your Judaism, translating the Bible, bringing out the Talmud? How are you doing this if Deuteronomy 28 is talking about you? The only people who have completely lost their religion and their culture like this on this scale was the children of Israel, or black people who they put the term on as Africans. It's only applied to us, and we see it clearly here. Read that verse again, AP Yeshaya. How they were converting them, baptizing them, making them Christians, and still saying you're a slave. And we're going to go back to that article.
And the Most High shall bring thee thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither nor thy father have known, and they shall serve other deities, wood and stone.
All right, you shall serve false deities in the land where the Most High shall spread you. Let's go to that next section in the same article, slavery in the Holy Roman Empire, and pick that up, AP Asad. And if you grab Deuteronomy 28, verse 29, AP Yeshaya.
Former Moors who had lost their positions or fled from their masters were threatened to a considerable degree by destitution.
So if you had a runaway or you had a slave that somehow got out of their position as a slave, there was no redemption for you. You were more than likely going to be destitute for the rest of your life if you got out of your bondage. Let's read on.
For individuals who had come to Germany from Africa and the West Indies or Indian Ocean region, whether free or unfree, using their ability to assume the role of Moor may have been the most feasible or even the only option for supporting themselves. Numerous examples of individuals traveling from town to town in 18th century Germany seeking employment as servants can be found.
So even if they got free from their captives from the court that they were serving in, they still had no other options. They weren't going to be, you might have known how to play music and that was all. You may have known how to be an engineer and that you weren't getting no jobs. They were going from town to town trying to find something to at least support themselves, and they couldn't do it. Let's read on.
For example, On November 4th, 1742, a Moor from Copenhagen appeared in the Moravian church settlement of Hernhag to offer his services to Court Sensendorf. He left the next day apparently to try his luck at the next likely manor. In 17.
So we see that examples, countless examples of these Moors, these black slaves, who were once slaves, who maybe found a position, found a way to get out of it, thinking that might lend them freedom, had no money, nothing, no work, nothing was given to them. They had to just keep going, go to another town, try to see if, will you make me your slave again? And they say, my court's full. They just go on to the next town, try to find one. Let's get that Deuteronomy 28, verse 29, AP Yeshaya.
They shall grope at noonday, as blind gropeth in darkness, and they shall not prosper in that way.
All right, so he's saying you shall grope in noonday. This is particularly talking about you shall be estranged from the day watch. The middle of the noon is when you're supposed to be giving up the height of the oblations. You're going to grope like you're in darkness, like you're in the night watch, not knowing what to do. But the point we're bringing out here is that you shall not prosper in anything that you set out to do. Imagine fighting so hard to get free, and then nobody's hiring you to do anything. Read on.
And thou shalt not prosper in thy way, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled even more. And no man shall save
No
thee.
man is going to save you and be like, look, I'll take all the free Moors in. I'll take them in and house them, and nope. Oh, you want to be free? Go ahead. It gets cold out there in November over in Germany. Enjoy it. Enjoy your freedom. Even running away, they had nothing that they could do because nobody was going to hire them. Nobody was going to elevate them to any sort of station. Now let's read on in the next section, AP Asa. Let's go continue on this article about slavery in the Holy Roman Empire.
Another avenue was provided by Portuguese merchants, many of them Jews.
Once again, clearly see that many of them were Jews, or who? Read on.
Or so-called new Christians.
Once again, this is why the history gets so muddled, so hard to decipher, because some of them converted to Christianity, but all the while still maintained their Judaism, like we talked about in the class about the Portuguese. That many of them were transported by these Jews who newly converted to Christianity. Read on.
Settling in Stade, Hamburg, Clutchstedt, or Bremen, accompanied by enslaved servants.
Many of these new converts who were once these white Jews they talk about, that the article talked about, came to Germany, Prussia, and the Holy Roman Empire and started settling there with their enslaved Africans. Their enslaved brothers from Jacob. Let's read on.
In 1680, the Luxembourg merchant Moses, Joshua, Henriquez.
You see what I'm talking about with these names, all right? If you have any sort of name that traces anywhere to the Bible, I'm skeptical of you.
It says Moses, Joshua.
Yeah, Moses, Joshua. Then you put that Portuguese name, Henriquez, to try to throw the scheme off. But you are one of those converts who really is a penguin. And what was he doing? What did he have?
Who employed forced enslaved Africans in his own household. Recalled how his parents, like other citizens, either of the Portuguese or other nations, had Moors in their service of use them as needed.
So we see that these Khazars, these penguins, were heavily involved in the slave trade. They say, hey, this is a common thing back where I come from. In Portugal, I know 50 I mean Catholics who have slaves, Moors in their service. Let's actually finish that up.
Illustrating the scarcity and demand for Moors. One of Henrique's slaves was abducted.
And so the Germans wanted these slaves so badly, they abducted and stole the slaves. This is how badly they wanted them from these Khazars that came over. But they weren't just stealing from them. They were willingly trading with them. Let's go to that next paragraph. And then if you would, AP Yeshai, go to that article, National Museum.ch, the English version, Transatlantic Slave Trade. Let's read that next section, APSI.
Obviously, the value accorded to so-called Moors had repercussions on their status and perception. Ava Lind had aptly characterized their positions as one of the privileged dependency, while court Moors were on equal standing with white servants, drew a salary, and enjoyed numerous benefits. Many of them were listed in the lower tiers of the pay registers. For instance, the Wittenberg court trumpeter Christian Real only received slightly more than half the wages of his fellow trumpeters.
All right, so even though they tried to make it seem like they were of equal footing, they only got paid and received wages less than half or a little bit more than half of their white counterparts. Let's read on.
Nevertheless, some such slaves enjoyed remarkable careers. Rudolph August Moore, purchased by Duke Rudolph August of Wittenberg from a Jewish merchant.
Clearly telling you, they're not even talking about Jewish history. They're just showing you clearly, straight up, that they're getting a lot of these slaves from merchants who were Jewish. It's not some hate speech or some anti-Semitic. This is history. And so we clearly see that they were all intertwined with the slave trade. Nobody here in the House of Wisdom in this class is saying, well, that's good or bad. We're just saying that they were involved. That's all we're saying. I shut the camera off so we can talk freely. All right, let's read on.
Jewish merchants in 1684.
Actually, let's drop that and let's go to the transatlantic slave trade, because we see that they weren't just getting it from only one location. A lot of these traders were indeed these tiny hats. Let's get down to understand the transatlantic slave trade from a different realm in the Holy Roman Empire.
Up till slavery was finally abolished in 19th century, European traders carried off millions of people from Africa to the New World. Swift families, companies also profit from the transatlantic slave trade.
Swiss families in Switzerland. Now, the reason that the Swiss are not a horn in and of themselves is that there is no specific lineage called Swiss. There's no tribe called Swiss. The Swiss was a confluence of the Italians and the Germans and even some of the French that all kind of gathered together and started building their own little enclave. But these Swiss people were heavily involved in this slave trade. Let's read the next section. AP Yeshaya.
And I saw many of my miserable countrymen chained 2 and 2. Remember the former slave, H.O.W. He said.
Yeah, some
H.O.W.
African names.
Yeah.
Kukoano.
H.O.W. Kokohana in 1788, recalling his kidnapping from his homeland, in which is now Ghana. And there was nothing to be heard but rattlings of chain, smacking of whips, and gore and cries of fellow men.
So we see this slave, actually, we're seeing a first-hand account from him from in 1788 when he was a child, being taken in chains as a slave by these European powers. Something by which we clearly see the Germans, the Italians, and even the Swiss were all involved with. Jump down to the next section.
But when the idea of Elismar philosophical, for whom the word slave and right contracts each other, found their ways into the 1789 Declaration of Rights of Man and Civil Revelation in France, they brought neither freedom nor rights for the people stolen from Africa.
So they're talking about these philosophers who started to think in the late 1700s about the revolution from this empire, starting to be free, having their own rights, but yet willingly still engaging in a slave trade where you're taking all that stuff that you're philosophizing about and taking it away from this African or this Israelite. Let's read on.
Far from it, in the year of Revelation alone.
So during the French Revolution, what happened? Read on.
More than 130 slave ships set sail from French Atlantic port. The height of legitimate trades that was to experience further upspring and declare that follow.
And so we see that as the French, and once again the Swiss, start talking about my freedom and my rights, you're actively taking it away from the people that you're enslaving. Let's go to the next chapter that says people as a commodity. And if you would grab APSI, actually you'll grab that Deuteronomy 28 as well, and then you can go back to that article we're reading in. Actually, no, this is the same article. Go ahead and finish on AP Yeshaya. Read that next part, people as a commodity, and if AP Yeshaya, you'll get Deuteronomy 28, verse 20.
In the transatlantic slave trade, which had begun with settlements of European overseas colonizers, people were taken by force from Africa continents to America to put to work as non-paid laborers on the plantation, mostly sugarcane plantation at first, and later cotton plantations. The financial grassy plantation owners spent little money on feeding and caring for the health of their slaves. If slaves died early, it was easily replaced. On average, a person who started working as a slave on a sugarcane plantation in Babu in
Barbados
in 18th centuries survived the hardship of slaves' life for around 7 years.
The life expectancy of a slave in Barbados in the 1700s was about 7 years. 7 years of back-breaking work, and then you would die, and then they would replace you. Let's get at Deuteronomy 28, verse 20. And we're going through this because we're going to see that the Swiss were heavily involved in this. Go ahead and get the next section, AP Yeshai, and then we're going to go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 20. Go and read that when you got AP Yeshai.
The Most High shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke, in all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed.
So the Most High is putting this on the children of Israel, putting this vexation and destruction upon them, on all that they put their hands to do. And what else?
And until thou perish quickly.
You shall perish quickly. They had the slave market just going like a wash cycle. Cycle, wash, rinse, repeat. Bring in a new slave. Yep. He died. Okay. That was good. 8.5 years. Oh, he did good. Gave us more than expected. Bring in another one. Most High shall put all this rebuke and oppression on the children of Israel until they perish. And why? Read on.
Because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me.
It's not just because the Most High is mean. It's because we first walked away from Abba Yahweh. Because we stopped upholding the covenant of Abba Yahweh. And in doing so, the Most High put this hard bondage and this destruction on us. Read on.
The Most High shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land. whither thou goest to possess it.
We already saw these slave owners did not care about maintaining them because they were expendable. Obviously, every country had a little bit of a difference. In Germany, they looked at them like, high prizes. Over here in the West, where they were having ships upon ships offloading these slaves, they looked at them like expendable. Why would I invest so much money in the health and the wellness? Oh, he got sick? Why would I give him medicine? Just get another slave. And so when pestilence would come, the spirit was on these nations to not care, to not go and heal you. And in that, the Most High would cause these plagues to just further destroy these people, destroy the people of Abba Yahweh, because we first left his covenant. Let's read on.
The Most High shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish.
And so they would pursue them until they perish from off the land. This is why you see that they had a 7-year life expectancy when they start working in some of these plantations. Because whether it be beat to death, whether it be worked to death, or whether it be a disease that would catch them and destroy them, something was going to kill these slaves due to the harsh conditions that these slave owners put them in. Let's go back now to that article and see who was profiting off of this slave trade. Who else? Read on.
The trade of these enslaved people became part of a triangular commercial arrangement crossing the Atlantics. In European Atlantic port, European traders loaded their ships with rum, weapons, and textile, particularly the Indian fabric from Switzerland.
From Switzerland. We see also the Swiss, who once again are not their own individual people, so they're not their own individual horn, but it is an enclave, a point of all these nations, the French, the Germans, and the Italians coming together, kind of living in harmony. Even if you look at today, their official language, they have 3 official languages. There's no Swiss language. It's German, it's French, and it's Italian. Unlike the French, who have their own language, the Germans, who have their own language, the Italians, who have their own language. But they have come together, united, to continue to oppress the children of Israel. Let's read on.
And from Switzerland and France that have become popular in the royal court of Africa. In the port of West Africa, these goods was exchanged for people who have been brought to the coast of Africa and Arabia, slave traders.
So Switzerland, go down to the next paragraph as well. Switzerland was engaged heavily in this slave trade as well. Not as people having their own colonies, because once again, they are not, they weren't their own individual lineage. They maybe have had their own nation, but they weren't a lineage of people. They were profiting heavily off of this slave trade, selling their goods in exchange for slaves and having money go back and forth between these other European countries based on the slave trade. Let's read on in the next paragraph.
The colonial empires such as Great Britain and France were leaders in the slave trade. Scores of Swiss families and companies also invested in the booming business, often making large profit.
So while France, Britain, the Dutch, and a lot of these other countries were large players in the slave trade, the Swiss were getting together and investing. They were getting their money right and saying, hey, Great Britain, we'll give you whatever 800 Reichsmarks, and you give us 10,000 back for all these slaves that you're going to transport off of our money, off of our dime. Acting a lot like the Genoese. Let's read on.
The Basel-based international trading company, Christopher Butcher and East, for instance, was involved in inhuman trade through the share certification and slave journeys.
So this company, a Swiss company, had shares, had stocks in some of these other European countries that were trading slaves. Let's read on.
a leading player in the trade in Indian fabric. The firm owner also saw, in addition to the direct profit, opportunity to gain access to African market by supplying their fabric to Changling, ship supply.
So now they also saw, if I get my foothold in Africa, I can actually get some of their goods and some of their wares and start selling it as well. So we see the Swiss heavily involved in this slave trade. Read on.
The financial institution, including Jacques Lee, later Bank Lee, held significant shares in the French company D.N. Leyen, which had a large-scale slave trading operation. At times, 30% of its share were in Swiss hands.
There was a time when 30% of a French company, the Compagnie des Indes, a slave trading corporation, was owned by the Swiss. This was not a small number. They were heavily involved in the slave trade. And remember, if we can bring up the map again of the Holy Roman Empire at its height, engineer, if we can bring that up. Not the Roman Empire, though. The Holy Roman Empire, they called it. Not that. Yeah, there you go. If you show that, if you look at that, you can actually see that what is modern day Switzerland was a part of this empire. So we're talking about this empire ruled by Germanic people. Part of this province was heavily invested, having 30% of the shares of a French company that was trading slaves. All of them were heavily invested. All this western side of this empire was heavily invested in the trading of slaves. Let's go back now, APSI, to this article, Slavery in the Holy Roman Empire. Link.springer.com. Like I said, it's chock full of real good information. And let's read that about continue on talking about how they were trading slaves in this Prussian Empire.
In 1732, the Prussian official Jacob Philip Manatis brought a 7-year-old boy from Guinea for 100 Reichstaler,
which is their currency at the time,
from the ship carpenter Martin Harnick.
Once again, dude named Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can speculate. Let's read on.
The purchase contract explicitly stated that the child was enslaved and that all proprietary rights were transferred to Manatis.
This is how they looked at you, like car ownership, like ownership of a goat or something. Here's the title to this slave. All rights of this slave are yours. Read on.
What is more, the contract mentions that Manatis was part of a larger group of gentlemen who intended to educate the children in the Christian religion.
Read that whole thing again, actually. I think it's important. I think it's worth reading again.
What is more, the contract mentions that Manatis was part of a larger group of gentlemen who intended to educate the children in the Christian religion in useful sciences. The young Moor was eventually sent to the Collegium or the College Frederikium in Königsberg. A later purchase offered for the same individual by the Duchess of Holstein is also preserved, further proving the straightforward and ordinary character of such transactions. In a surprising act of orders by Charles Frederick of Holstein, Couture, most enslaved individuals would receive at least the rudiments of religious education, and many were baptized, since this was considered a responsibility of any Christian master. especially for nobles and princes. The baptism of Moors or Turks provided highly valued opportunities for representation.
All right, so now we see that this Jacob Phyllis Memantus, or Menetius, he was part of a larger group of gentlemen. And I like how they put gentlemen in quotation marks. A larger group. Remember, his name is Jacob. I wonder why his name is Jacob. And so he was part of a larger group, and he sold it, or he bought this slave and was said to teach him the Christian religion, useful sciences, quote unquote. But he brought them to a place called Königsberg. Now, Shai, you go to that next article. Once again, it's Wikipedia, but you can confirm all this information. It's called The History of the Jews in Königsberg. Now, I looked up Jacob, and like I said, once again, he's another one of those figures where there's not a lot of information on him. However, we can start to understand and look at the scenario, the situation that's going on, and start to decipher who is who. So now we see that in Königsberg, there was a lot of people there. This is once again a territory in Germany, or in the Holy Roman Empire. Go ahead and read that.
The history of the Jews in Königsberg reached back to the 13th century. By the 50th century,
Or 1530s.
1530.
Read on.
By the 20th century, Königsberg had one of the largest Jewish community within German Reich.
Within the German Reich, which is the Holy Roman Empire. So this city had one of the largest Jewish community. We're just reporting the facts. That's all we're saying. We're not saying anything, hate speech. But this man, Jacob, with the name Jacob, or the Germans call it Jakob, bought this slave and brought him to Königsberg. I wonder why. Let's read on.
The city Jewish community was eliminated by immigration and the Holocaust during World War II.
All right. That's not important. Let's read on the next part.
A permanent Jewish community began to develop in Königsberg only by 1704, when a Jewish sanctuary was designed.
1704. When was that slave bought, APSI? When was that slave bought by Jacob Philip Menetius?
In 1732.
Okay. So the time frame is lining up. Let's read on.
Jewish students were first admitted to the University of Kokida in 1712.
All right, so now they were admitted into the university. What did Jacob do with his slave? Intended to educate the child. And the young Moor was eventually sent to the Collegium in Königsberg. Okay. Interesting. I just think that's an interesting point. That Königsberg was the largest settlement of these Jews in the Holy Roman Empire. That they also were able to go to the university, and that this guy who bought this slave sent him to the university. I just think the coincidences are lining up too much to say anything outside of the fact that this probably was a Khazar buying and trading slaves in Germany. And so we should see clearly that the German Empire was baptized and anointed and made sanctified by the Catholics, and Otto was called the Emperor of Rome. And they took on this mantle up until the early 1800s, when they would fall into Napoleon and then be unified as Germany. But the history is rich of them buying and trading slaves. Not only Germany, but also Italy. And Italy was so prominent in trading slaves that they revolutionized the process and the foundation in which slaves were bought and traded. And so we see that these two horns rose up and got their dominance in different ways, being unified in the Holy Roman Empire, but also being individual, seeking to build up their nationhood and do exactly what the horn is supposed to do, which is oppress the children of Israel. Let's go, APSI, Wisdom of Solomon 14, and then APSI, if you get Zechariah 8 and 14. And so we see that these curses of Deuteronomy 28 fit the children of Israel, or those who were victims of the transatlantic and the trans-Indian Ocean slave trade to a T. Without anything being out of sorts, nothing fitting or not fitting appropriately, it fits the children of Israel, us, to a T. And nobody else. It doesn't fit anybody else like a glove. And so if we can recognize and see the cause of why we went through these things, why Germany was allowed to raise up and be a horn and oppress us, we can fix the problem. Wisdom of Solomon 14:27.
For the worshiping of idols, not to be named, is the beginning, the cause, and the end of all evil.
So because we worshiped idols, because we bowed down to the deities of the heathens, it became the cause of all evil. It became the cause of all this evil that came upon us. But the beautiful thing in this is not just the cause, it's also the end. It's the end of all the evil. If we can look at the problem, we can go and fix it. We are some of the only people, actually, I think the only people that on a mass scale have lost our culture and took on the religion of our captors. Now, a lot of people would spread their religion to other people that they conquered. That's true, of course. But it was never in the sense of erasing their culture. The Ottomans are going and spreading Islam to the Balkans. There's a lot of people in Eastern Europe who are Muslim. But yet they can still go back and look at Vlad, the Impaler. He was my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, and he did this and that. And if he decides to go and follow the religion of this Vlad guy, you can do that. You can find information on it. We're the only people who are inherited. Our whole history and culture is tied to our captors. You look at Black History Month, what are some of the people that they're promoting in Black History Month? George Washington Carver, Martin Luther King. Now they're putting Kamala Harris in there.
No.
Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass. But nobody from 1382. Nobody from the year 871. They're only talking about within the confines of American colonialism or European colonialism. That's the height of our culture. That's the extent of what we know. Where all these other nations can trace back, even if somebody said they're Native American, as destroyed as they are, they can go back to before Europeans even touched the American soil. Yet we cannot. We have no bearing, no understanding, no history. But if we can look at the root cause, it's because we started worshiping these idols. And if we can get away from the idolatry that these nations have put upon us, it can be the end of all evil. Jump down to verse 22, and then we're going to go to Zechariah 8 and 14.
Moreover, this was not enough for them, that they erred in the knowledge of Abba.
It's not enough for a lot of us to err in the knowledge of the Most High, being estranged and distanced from our real inheritance and our real culture. But what else are we doing?
But whereas they lived in the great war of ignorance, those so great plagues called they peace.
We just passed a monumental day for America. The 250th anniversary on the 4th of July. And you had a lot of our own people talking about, I'm at peace. I'm so glad to be in America, to be a patriot. I got my red, white, and blue socks and shorts on. I'm about to grill me up some hot dogs on my day off. You are a captive. You are a slave. You are in a foreign land. Far from, even if you believe you're African, far from Africa. And yet you're calling this plague upon you, the curse of Deuteronomy 28, peace? Let's look at the root cause of this. The worship of idols. That is the cause of all the pain that we've entered into. As we already saw in Deuteronomy 28. We did not hearken unto Abba Yahweh, and therefore he brought these curses upon us. He sent forth nations with a fierce visage to destroy us and take us to a land that is far from the homeland that Abba Yahweh gave us. And yet we're calling these days peace. Let's go to Zechariah 8 and 14. We shouldn't be commemorating 4th of July. And I don't know what's the other one coming up. Was it Memorial Day or Veterans Day or whatever? Those days should be to us like trash. It should be like if you see a penny on the street, who bending down like, let me go in this crack right here on the street and get this penny. Leave that stuff in the trash. We have some real gems right here that we need to be commemorating, that we need to be following suit. And in doing that, the Most High is going to redeem his people. Zechariah 8:14.
For thus saith the Most High of hosts, as I thought to punish you, your father provoked me to wrath, saith the Most High of hosts. I repented not.
The Most High said, when I thought to punish the children of Israel, when I sent the Europeans, the Ottomans, these 10 horns to raise up against you and destroy you, I didn't change. I didn't say, it's too much for me to bear. I'm not going to do it. You need to learn your lesson. But the Most High is not all about punishing. What else? Read on.
Verse 15. So again, have I thought in these days to do well unto Jerusalem.
I have thought in these days also to do well unto Jerusalem, says Abba Yahweh. Read on.
And to the house of Jacob. Fear ye not. These are the things that ye shall do. Speak ye every man the truth to his neighbor. Execute judgment of truth and peace in your gates. And let none of you imagine evil in your heart against his neighbor. Love no false oath. And all these things that I hate, saith the Most High. And the word of the Most High of hosts came unto me, saying,
So, Zechariah is saying that there are certain days that you should come together and do these things. Love no false oath. Imagine not evil against your neighbor. Speak the truth, judgment, truth, and peace. And in that, the Most High will reward you. The Most High will then be somebody who looks at Jerusalem and Judah to do well unto him and not to destroy them. Don't have these idols, these false oaths, these false vows in your mind, but take the Abba Yahweh's name upon you, and in doing so, the Most High rewards you. When should we be doing these? Read on.
Verse 19. Thus said the Most High of hosts, the fast of the 4th month.
He's saying there's these specific days. We know all about 4th of July and Memorial Day and Veterans Day and Labor Day and all this other trash. We don't know about some of these days that are codified in our biblical history. There's a fast of the 4th month. Read on.
The fast of the 5th.
And a fast of the 5th month. What month are we currently in biblically? Anybody celebrating 4th of July, they probably don't know that we in the 5th month. You think July is the 7th month. We are in the 5th month. So what fast is he talking about? Finish that verse up.
And the fast of the 7th, and the fast of the 10th, shall be to the house of Judah joy and gladness, cheerful feast. Therefore, love the truth and peace.
And so, he's telling you that there's these days where you shall mourn because of your destruction. But when you do it and when you fast appropriately, fasting is not just about abstaining from food, but about keeping your mind pure and righteous. You love that gospel music. How about on this day, turn that gospel music down? They talking about I love Jesus and he's my God. What you bring that in your chamber of imagery?
Mm-hmm.
You singing that trash? And so, and there's Israelites who think gospel music is cool. It's good. You grew up on gospel music. It's better than listening to rap. It's probably worse. It's probably worse. These people are talking about Jesus, my rock and my God, or whatever the songs are, and you listening to that and hearing that and singing it, and it is destroying your chamber of imagery. You are loving those false oaths. You're imagining vain things against your neighbor. And he talks about the fast of the 4th month and the fast of the 5th month. Anybody with a calendar, you should see those days. We're in the 5th month. We're actually just crossed into the 6th day. If you see on the calendar, there's a fast from the 7th day to the 10th day. A day where we commemorate and remember the destruction of the temple by the Babylonians, and not only them, the Romans. Both of those were a destruction of our culture and our heritage. The Babylonians were severe, but the Romans was just as bad. Because in that, with the Babylonians, at least we had the prophecies to return back. With the Romans, it was the Most High bringing forth these horns upon us. The Babylonians were one of the heads, but the Romans was another head. And from that head will come all these 10 horns that would oppress us for the next 2,000 years. Thankfully, we're coming to that end. We're coming to an end of that time. But let's be mindful of these days the Most High put in our history and codify them and do what Zechariah told us to do. Because in doing that, the Most High would take these days of mourning and make them days of joyfulness, of cheerful feast, of worship and praise unto our Yahweh. And so we're looking to come out of this situation, this deplorable situation we're in. Whether you were taken as a captive by the Ottomans and brought east into India and China, or whether you were taken by the Germans and brought to Germany and made a slave in somebody's royal court. If we can remember these days and this time and worship the Most High in sincerity and truth and take off the forced conversions that they put upon us and the false religions, the Most High can make these days a time of joyful feast and worship. Let's go to verse 20. Let's read on. AP Yeshaya.
Thus said the Most High of hosts, it shall come to pass that they shall come people, and the inhabitants of many cities. And the inhabitants of one city shall go to another, saying, let us go speedily to pray before the Most High, and seek the Most High of hosts. I will go also. Yea, many people and strong nations shall come to seek the Most High of hosts in Jerusalem.
Many people, many of these strong nations that at one point oppressed us, the script is going to be flipped. They're going to say, oh, I got to go to Jerusalem. I got to bow down before those who I made bow before me and worship Abba Yahweh. Read on.
And to pray before the Most High of hosts. Thus said the Most High of hosts, in those days shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all language of the nations.
All these nations, these 10 horns that we've been talking about, from the Ottomans to the Portuguese to the Spanish to the French to the British to the Germans to the Italians, all with different languages and different nations, are going to run and do what?
Even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Jew.
This is not talking about Israel today. This is not talking about Trump leading a war with Iran. This is talking about what was also written about wisdom of Solomon. They're going to look at the strangeness of our salvation. It's him? They're the real ones? Really? The ones we sometimes had in derision? They're going to look at us like, wow, I did not even know. I was being rammed by this great whore that made me do the things that I shouldn't have been doing, to be used as an instrument of destruction. All these 10 horns are going to submit and cleave unto the skirt, the garment of him who is a real Jew, who is really an Israelite. Saying what?
We will go with you But we have heard that Abba Yahweh is with you.
We will go with you, for we have heard that the Most High and his Elohim are with you to bless you. We want some of that blessing. We will reject our old Babylonian culture, our old colonialism, and we're going to submit to you and your reign. This is what is in store for us, but we must first do something. Draw nigh to Abba Yahweh, and then he shall draw nigh unto you. You must now draw nigh unto Abba Yahweh. The evidence is before us. The understanding of prophecies and the dispensation of time is here before us. And if you want a reversal of this calamity and this destruction that has befallen us for the last century and a half, even beyond that, this is what we must do. We must remember not only this day of memorial in the 5th month from the 7th day to the 10th day, we must also remember this Feast of Weeks and the 50th day, which is coming up in the 20th day of this month. If you have a calendar, you can see it. This so-called August 9th. So-called August 9th. Abba willing, we're going to be gathering here in Atlanta with all the saints, offering up sacrifices and worship in due season to praise and worship Abba Yahweh and to keep his commandments, and in doing so, ask the Most High for a blessing, even the reversal of the curse of Jacob. And with that, we'll go ahead and close on the class and open the floor for Q&A for anybody who has any questions related to anything that we covered today. And then Abba willing, go online for anybody online who has any questions as well. So if you have any questions, please put them forth now. Let's start in the audience. Anybody with a microphone, go ahead and pass around the mic. And anybody with any questions, Abba willing, we'll do the best we can to go ahead and answer them. Any questions in the audience? All right, hope everybody's listening. Who was the 15th king of the Holy Roman Empire? I'm playing. I don't even know that. Well, all praise. Hopefully the information was clear and informative. We see that the Germans had a big role to play in the slave trade. They are indeed this 8th horn, along with the 9th being Italy. And they all joined together as the Swiss invested, having 30% of the French India Company. This French slaving company, the Swiss owned 30% of that as shareholders. Just investing their money and then getting their returns back, their dividends back. And you see it today. The Swiss are heavy in banking. And I wonder why. Because that's how they got their fortune. The interesting thing is that you see all these countries, all these horns that we're talking about, got their riches and their stability through this. They didn't get rich through hard work. They didn't get rich through, they had a lot of natural resources. They got rich off of exploiting you and I, off of exploiting the saints, bringing them into bondage, and in doing so, enrich themselves. So much so that even today, they are the richest countries in the world. Look at Switzerland, known prominently for its banks. Look at Italy, still a power player. France, Spain, Germany. Germany especially. Germany is essentially the tech and power hub of Europe. And so a lot of them got their riches in this era that we're talking about. And time won't even afford us to go into, as we talked about, what they call the age of imperialism, where all these countries essentially banned slavery in the 1800s. And so they said, instead of slavery, let's just go straight to Africa and start dividing it up and conquer them. And Germany got their hands dirty too in imperialism. They had territories like Namibia, as we talked about earlier, like Angola. Right. They called it German South Africa. And so they were there. You still got towns now where they speak German, where they have German language and wording on their signs and everything because they were there taking over, colonizing. We already see it today with the French. They're big in the news. How the French own that whole Sahel region in northwestern Africa and how now they're finally kicking them out. The tide is changing. Are you going to ride with it? Any questions online? All right, well, hopefully that was an informative class. I know it was less scriptures and more history, but we need to go into that history to understand the prophecies of Revelation, understand these 10 horns. Now we're at the 9th. So tune in next week, Abba willing, as we go through that 10th horn. And we'll start to bring this series to a close. So hopefully this is informative and we understand who these nations are that oppressed us so that we can now not turn back and try to oppress them, but to set up the rightful order of Abba Yahweh. They shall serve Abba Yahweh through us. May peace and thanksgiving always be multiplied amongst all the saints. Shalom.
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 Go. Just go get it. Yeah. All right, let's get it. Yeah. Oh, Abba, to you do I put my trust. Never let me be put to confusion. Oh, Abba, to you do I put my trust. Never let me be put to confusion.
Deliver me in thy righteousness. Cause me to escape. Incline thine ears to me. Deliver me in thy righteousness. Cause me to escape. Incline thine ears to me.
Trust, never let me be put to confusion. Oh, Abba, to you do I put my trust. Never let me be put to confusion.
Deliver me in thy righteousness. Cause me to escape. Incline thine ears to me. Deliver me in thy righteousness. Cause me to escape. Incline thine ears to me.
Trust, never let me be put to confusion. Oh, Abba, to you do I put my trust. Never let me be put to confusion.
Deliver me in thy righteousness. Cause me to escape. Incline thine ears to me. Deliver me in thy righteousness. Cause me to escape. Incline thine ears to me.